Hello? 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 Hello, everyone! We're here! We're doing it! It's volume 8! Gotta get a big stretch in just as we start. I don't know if you can hear it, but it is drizzling out today. Last time we had weather, we had a bit of connection issues, but this time, between then and now, I've changed the settings in OBS, so hopefully it won't be a problem. Hopefully. Does everybody have their water? Does everyone have their water so they like, comment, and subscribe? Staying hydrated as they like, comment, and subscribe? I'm still trying to Pavlov's dog all of you into associating hydration with liking, commenting, and subscribing. So, yeah, we're on volume 8 now. We've done it. We're here. It's happening. Yeah, okay, okay. I'm just gonna get volume 8 started. I was thinking about it. Volume 8 might not be the worst volume, but I think it's my least favorite volume. Personally. But, just because of how much, because the thing about it, it's hard to judge, because it sucks, because the beginning was really good. The beginning was promising. I even wasn't too, upset with how Cinder's backstory, played out. A lot of people were upset that it's, too similar to, original Cinderella, you know? It's it's not different enough, it's just Cinderella 1-to-1. I was fine with that, you know? It didn't get to the part I wanted to see, which was how she met Salem, but I was still fine with it. Thank you, Mystic Orange! You're cool, and I appreciate you! Good to see you here nice and early, catching it right at the beginning of stream. But yeah, I wanted to babble about some things while we get through this really rather pointless villain scene here in the beginning. So, if you all are on Twitter, don't know how many people are still doing that. There was a bit of a kerfuffle over the span of the week, basically. So initially, there was a tweet from RWBY, talking about how he's so excited. Oh, thank you, Ranger! You as well, right off the bat, thank you! Was playing Black Mesa Half-Life Remake, cool, in a firefight, and when you said hello, I was like, who said that? And aimed all over the place. I am the ghost in your ear. I'm always within, I'm like your subconscious. I'm like Jiminy Cricket. What was I saying? Yeah. So RWBY tweeted out and was like, can't wait for the Volume 9 epilogue, the new extended version of the Volume 9 end credit sequence, the epilogue, which I have been talking about throughout this month-long RWBY watch-along, is that we were going to be watching that once we got to Volume 9, because Volume 9 is now available to watch on Rooster Teeth's website, and that's where we're watching these. But he was like, and it's available only for first members. Thank you. Indigo? Indigo. Yeah. When I first heard about it, I didn't know about how the characters were inspired by fairy tale until this volume. Really? That was a big thing for me early on. I'm still trying to work on that big video detailing everyone's fairy tale inspiration. It's just, I got really distracted recently. And thank you, M3D! Hasn't Salem won? The creation staff is the ultimate weapon of mass destruction. Just flood, vacuo, summon a meteor, or fill the poisonous gas. Yeah, and that's why I think they immediately established the idea of oh, you need to have a blueprint. You need to be able to explain how he creates it. Which kind of defeats the purpose of a creation spell, you know? It's basically it is, rather than hiring a team of construction workers to build a building, he can just build the building. But then as soon as he builds something else, that building would vanish because there can only be one creation at a time. So they really immediately nerfed him to be basically pointless in the long run. But yeah, so the thing with the Volume 9 epilogue, Eddie was like, and it's only available to first members. And everyone, including me, was like, what? Was that not the point of posting Volume 9 on your channel now? Like, I knew the RWBY Beyond stuff and their dumb D&D RWBY campaign that they insist on still doing, even though, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think anyone cares. I don't see fan art of these characters. I don't see even the most hardcore fans of RWBY talking about their stupid, dumb D&D campaign. Change my avatar? No way, I'm beautiful. You just can't handle how gorgeous I am. Anybody, YouTube, YT, I assume YT stands for YouTube. I'm gorgeous. I'm big, beautiful, and gorgeous, and if you can't handle it, then you can't handle me. Yeah, like, it was like, it's a first exclusive. And so, like, I knew it made more sense to have their random side stuff hidden behind a first exclusivity. But the Volume 9 epilogue, which I think is supposed to be canon. We got our first Tide ad. Don't worry, guys. All is right in the world. Tide is here to keep us company. Make a RWBY OC based on Tide. Yeah, like, I thought the whole point of posting Volume 9 on their website was that we would get the full experience for them now, and especially the epilogue. Because the epilogue wasn't even a thing that was available on Crunchyroll or whatever. And I don't even know why they didn't post it somewhere after because that was a thing they used to do when they would have their Q&A panels, because we've seen it before. I've done a stream talking about the epilogue before. But that was like fan cam footage from last year's RTX or whatever. And what they used to do is they would show something at RTX, and then like a week or two later they would post it on YouTube, you know? And they just didn't do that. And instead they held on to that for no reason. And then they're like, oh, and now Volume 9 is here, including this illustrious epilogue that's now even longer than what it originally was. But it's hidden only for first members. Remember, the company is shutting down. I don't even know how many months are left, right? Like, it'll be April, maybe. When did we first get the news Rooster Teeth was shutting down? It was like early March, right? Like the second or third week of March. That was when we got the news, and it's 60 days, so it would be the rest of March, this is the last day of March, and then April, and then sometime in mid-May, it'll be over. So what, you're gonna get a first membership for 2 months? I went to their website, I actually checked their first policy, because I wanted to show you all the epilogue, because I've been saying this the whole time we've been watching this series. I wanted to go through it again. But if it was behind a first membership, I don't know if that's worth it. The first membership, they got rid of they used to have several different options. They had a monthly option, they had a, like, annual option, and then I think they had, like, a 6-month option or something like that. So, but they got rid of the annual and 6-month ones, so now it's monthly. So, but it's like, it's $6, basically. $5.99, or something like that. Why did the subtitles go away? So, yeah, there's an epilogue now. There, you can find it. It's on their website. I'm getting to that. But the thing was, it's like, the company's shutting down. I don't know if I want to spend, like, I don't think I can afford, like, $6 extra going to this company. Why is the credits going away? Am I gonna have to Rooster Teeth again for their crappy website that doesn't even work good. It's already flooded with ads. We're gonna get Tide ads. Yep, right off the bat. We get more commercials because we had to reload the page because their credits stopped working. Their subtitles stopped working for no good reason. And you're asking me to spend $6 on this website? $6 that could instead go towards feeding my dogs? Thank you, Tori. Oscar in the scene blushed, and that almost made me go crazy, lol. It was when RWBY touched his shoulder. I was like, oh, I understand. Right there with you. As a fellow Rose Garden shipper, like any interaction between them, I'm like, yes, be even just someone who like really likes them as being like close friends, you know? I'm like, yeah, be together, hang out. But yeah, so like I don't know if I want to spend $6 a month, and I don't know like how long. Like I'm gonna spend $6 to watch an epilogue, an animatic also. Like it's not a fully animated thing like how I thought it was going to be. It's just an animatic, which is fine. It's what? Everyone all at once. Jeez. It's like maybe 15 minutes, 20-ish minutes long. And I'm gonna spend $6 to watch an animatic that's like a couple minutes, like 10 minutes long or something. I don't think that's worth it. Especially animatic I could already see the majority of on YouTube. Let me go through everyone's super chats real quick. Thank you all so much. You're all really cool. Thank you, Indigo Demi Panther. Oh, again! For whichever company gets/buys RWBY, I hope they continue the story like a sequel, but only on the condition that Team RWBY and friends fail, and the next heroes have to clean up and learn from their predecessors' mistakes. I kind of agree. A lot of people want, like, a reboot. I'm just so ready for this story to be over. I'd hope instead what they do is quickly wrap up RWBY's plot, and then start, like, a spin-off thing, like something in the same universe but like different characters, maybe the children of Team RWBY, maybe like a Boruto situation, or maybe like a Stark prequel, you know. I'm just tired of Team RWBY. I'm tired of these characters and this plotline. So yeah, I totally agree. And thank you, JK Network. Hi, nice seeing ya. Hi. Personally, I'm fine with Volume 8. Only things I hated were Penny's death, RWBY falling before Weiss and Salem being lame. I really liked the first half of 8, but I understand your issues with it. I also really liked the first half of 8. That's what really sucked. Oh, it hurts. I remember there's a podcast you could find back in the day. Me, Twins, and Allison, because the first half of Volume 8 had come out and we were talking about it because there was a hiatus between that half and the second half. And I was so all on board. I was going to bat for RWBY hardcore. I was so on top of it. I loved every episode, every critique they had. I was like, no, you're reaching. It's fine, it's great. And then the second half hit, and it just kept getting worse and worse and dumber, and then the finale is, like, the biggest collection of the stupidest decisions ever. So, yes, that's what makes me feel like it might be my least favorite. It's hard to tell, because I really liked the first half. Is that what makes it worse? Really, really enjoying it to begin with, and then the bad tastes extra bad because of that? Or a volume like Volume 5, where it's kind of like consecutively bad all the way around. It's hard to judge. And then also crying on the toilet. That's a really good username every single time. Crying on the toilet. Happy Easter. Oh yeah, it is Easter. I keep forgetting. Happy Easter, everybody. Happy Easter. Have fun dealing with the awful shit of Volume 8, like I deal with the awful shit in the toilet I cry upon. Aw. A whole character arc for you. Volume 5 is objectively worse, but Volume 8 makes me angrier. Understandable. Yeah, like that kind of mentality, right? So what was I saying? Oh yeah, so I didn't want to get a first membership just to watch an epilogue. But later, and I expressed that, and a lot of other people expressed that, because also it's like, where's my money going? The company's shutting down, right? And, like, who's gonna get the money? Who actually gets the money from these first memberships now? The animators? No. Last I heard, all the animators had their contracts ran up. That ran up a couple of months ago, and I haven't heard of anybody getting their contracts renewed, especially after the reveal that Rooster Teeth was shutting down. All their animators were posting all over Twitter and everything their portfolio of work to, like, get a new job because Rooster Teeth's donezo, right? So I'm not paying the animation team who had to suffer, right? And so who's actually getting the money? Is it going to Warner Brothers? Is it going straight up to Warner Brothers? Is it going to some overpaid executive at Rooster Teeth? You know, I don't know where my money's going, but I don't think it's going towards the further production of RWBY, right? So, like, I don't know, like, I was really on the fence about getting a first membership, and then they revealed, actually, you know what, they said this yesterday. Carrie had a tweet, and Carrie's tweet was, oh, we just found out, surprise, it's actually not gonna be a first exclusive. All of that extra stuff, the RWBY Beyond, our stupid D&D campaign, all of that, it's not first exclusive anymore. It's all gonna be free for everyone, so you can see it. We just found out, you know? Just found out. They just found out. As if they're not part of the ones who are in charge of making those decisions. They just realized. Some unknown entity arrived and told them, oh, actually it's gonna be this way. As if they're not the ones who make the decisions about what is and isn't first exclusive content. And it was so, like, it's so, like, painfully obvious. It's so easy to see through them. Clearly what they wanted, and I made a tweet thread about this, and I might as well just re-say it here. Clearly what they wanted was, they wanted people to panic. In a mad panic, because everyone keeps posting hashtag Greenlight Volume 10, hashtag RWBY lives on, hashtag RWBY forever. Everyone has like a million different hashtags, and they can't decide on one to use. And it's like, pick one. If you want to use a hashtag, pick on one specific one, and don't make a million. That doesn't help. But even though everyone sits there and says all these things, not enough people got... Oh yeah, it's also Trans Visibility Day. You're right, Azure Moon. I keep forgetting about that one too. I'm so bad with keeping up with, like, dates. It's because, like, I don't even remember what day it is half the time. Happy Easter, and also Happy Trans Visibility Day. Woohoo! So yeah, Thank you, Not All That Evil. Hi, Not All That Evil. Hi. Yo ho, the epilogue's on Reddit. It's on the website too. That's what I was getting to. It is free now. You can watch it. We don't need to join the Straw Hat Pirates. But you'd make a good one, Not All That Evil. We can watch it on their website if it is free to watch. So clearly what they wanted was people to, like, panic and, like, oh, we gotta get our RWBY content and have to get our first membership so we can watch it. But not enough people got first memberships early on for them to, like, realize it was gonna be financially more profitable. Because that's the only thing they really care about. That's really the thing. They don't care if you like the show. They don't care. I mean, they would prefer it if you did, so then you kept coming back. That's all. The main goal is to make money. Which is unfortunate, but that's how this kind of thing works. RWBY got to the point it is at because they were getting money from it. Because they don't spend money on things that are not profitable. So they only care about making a profit somehow. So, thank you again, Ranger. You're so nice, Ranger. Great, the character assassination scene. Yep, there it is. There he goes. Thanks, Ironwood. What's that? Subtlety? Nuance? Out the window! We accidentally made Ironwood too understandable, and rather than use that amazing gem of a writing decision to, like, give this story some amazing levels of nuance and depth, we're just gonna instead ruin his character out of the blue because we wanted you all to not like him. Because we're bad at our jobs. Yeah, this is what RT calls subtlety. So yeah, like, they care about making a profit, and clearly not enough people got first memberships versus what they could do if they just slap a million Tide ads in the middle of their episodes, right? So, also, I keep having this thing, I don't know if it's I think it's either the battery in my mouse is dying, or my mouse itself is dying. Like, it's like, I might need to replace the mouse. But I keep clicking and nothing happens, and I'm like, is my computer loading? Is it the battery of my mouse? Is it the fact that it's very old? So if you hear me trying to click forward and nothing's happening, it's my bad. It's obviously due to his semblance, which we made up now, out of nowhere, to excuse away why his writing went down the toilet. Hello, first critter stream. Hello, Red Rum. Cool username. Hello. Nice to see you. Hopefully not your last. I'm trying to be cool and entertaining. I hope you enjoy. So yeah, Rooster Teeth. So they want to make a profit. So I don't, especially if like, I don't know how, they said they make 10 to 15, or no, like 100 times more revenue off of the ads on their website versus YouTube. So I guess it just, like, they did the numbers and it's more profitable to, oh, that's cool. Is that right at the end of the, opening credits right there? Yep. Cool spot for an ad placement. Right as the opening ends, you'll hit an ad. Which also, if you happen to play the episode without any ads, you'll get one right at the beginning, and then you'll hit that one. Cool. Nice. Thanks, Rooster Teeth. So yeah, I guess they just did the numbers. Also, everyone was really upset about that. Like, they were like, the RWBY epilogue is gonna be behind a first membership. And even, like, the most hardcore RWBY fans wasn't on board with that idea. Because it's like, does ad blocker break the site? I have ad blocker. You know, I guess it just doesn't work with this website. Sometimes certain websites, like, ads still play even with ad blocker. I'm doing the best I can. Thank you, Smarty. Thank you, Smarty. Hey, oh, sorry. Immediately misread your comment. May arc in this is real gross after the Caden stuff. May was just a weirdly handled character all around, you know? I think it was... Rooster Teeth kept trying to fly by the seat of their pants of, oh yeah, that one random background character. They're some form of representation, and I just don't think they could sustain that anymore, because everyone was like, put it on screen. But May really has nothing to do in the story with the main cast, so it's like, what do we do with May? How do we reveal that they're trans in a way that's natural? And it's like, I don't know. And yeah, then with everything coming out with Caden, it's so performative. I can't believe people can still sit there and, like, support Rooster Teeth and call it, like, progressive after everything that's come out about it. Thank you again, JK Network. I think it's funny that the Aesops outside of Harriet and Clover have the most bare bones and boring personalities. Like, how do you have less personality than Neptune, Neon and the White Fangs Chainsaw Guy? It is crazy. Especially because, like, they're set up like they have caricatures, like they're obvious archetypes. Like, Marrow's the cool guy, the, like, young, hotshot cool guy, and then Vine's, like, the smart guy, and Elm is, like, the strong girl, and it's, like, that's, like, a good beginning to start. That's where a lot of, like, RWBY's characters started, you know? Yang was the dumb blonde, right? Weiss was the snotty princess one, and it's, like, you can, like, develop these characters into so much. The problem is the Aesops just aren't on screen at all. And when they are, they don't talk. They're just like a hive mind. And so when we get to the end of this volume, when we have the big, dumb moment where suddenly these background characters, the Aesops, are center stage and doing their big story arc of, oh, the power of friendship. It's like, what? Why is this what, like, Yang falls, presumably to her death, and we busy ourselves with Harriet learning that the power of her friends, and they really love her, and her big friends saved the day with the power of friendship. And it's like, like, actually, why with the background characters? So yeah, they're gonna have all their extra RWBY stuff for free to watch. So once we have, like, an idea of when anything's gonna be airing, I'll make an updated stream schedule so we can watch them all together, you know? Like, watch the, we'll do watch-along live streams as we see them, like blind. I'll go in blind and we can watch all that stuff. This was another thing I was tweeting about, yesterday, is that, God, this moment's kind of dumb. It's a shame, because this is, like, the only time Joanna gets to do anything, and it's her being this, like, angry brute threatening everybody, and it's like, we could have done anything with her, right? So yeah, that's another thing. It's like, okay, so they have these shows coming out. They have RWBY Beyond coming out, which is like, I am still not entirely sure what it is, because that's the thing. They have RWBY Beyond, and then they have like their D&D campaign thing, which is dumb, and then they have. I keep calling it dumb because I don't think Rooster Teeth has ever done D&D well. I admittedly only watched their D&D stuff early on, like their early attempts at touching on D&D topics, but I hated all of them. They were all really slow and boring. They nagged and nitpicked with each other a lot. It didn't help that, like, they had they had a lot of Achievement Hunter people on there, and Achievement Hunter has this stupid bro mentality where they just argue and jabber at each other constantly. They're constantly needling each other, and it's one thing when you're sitting there doing like a Let's Play in Grand Theft Auto or whatever, but when it's like a D&D campaign and they're just sitting there needling and jabbering, it's just like, can you play the game, please? God. And I didn't like their setup, I didn't like their DM, I didn't like their fantasy world, and I just didn't like how they were doing D&D. And it's weird that they've, like, quadrupled down on the D&D stuff. They have, like, 700 different D&D themed things as a Rooster Teeth production now. I guess not anymore, because of the shutdown. But yeah, they had so many. They had, like, the Stinky Dragon stuff, they had a bunch of others, or whatever, and I'm just like, I don't get why you've, like, leaned into this. I guess they saw, like, the success of Dimension 20 and, like, Critical Role, especially Dimension 20. Someone, I don't remember who, someone left a comment about how Rooster Teeth really wanted to be what Dimension 20 ended up actually being, and Rooster Teeth just didn't do it. So yeah, we're getting the RWBY Beyond, and also there's gonna be, like, a new commentary thing where they're, like, a retrospective of Volume 9, and I think another big problem was that they don't actually tell us what this stuff is. Like, it was something I was talking about on Twitter. We don't even know what these things are going to look like. They're just like, oh, here's the idea of what it is. Like a retrospective of Volume 9 and RWBY Beyond, which is stories of other characters from when Volume 9 was happening, I think. Like, you know how we didn't keep up with anyone outside of the Ever After? It's like the stories of what they were doing. And I'm sitting here like, that should be in the actual story. Well, whatever. Thank you again, Smarty. Virgin AH versus Chad Oni plays? I'm not sure I know which one Oni is. I don't watch Let's Plays anymore. I used to watch Achievement Hunter all the time. And I fell out of love with Let's Plays in general. I watched Game Grumps. It was Achievement Hunter and Game Grumps. I don't really know any other Let's Players. What was I saying? What was I in the middle of? What was I saying? Oh yeah, RWBY Beyond. I keep trying to get to it. I can't believe I'm 2 episodes in and I haven't gotten to the point I was trying. That's why I knew I had to start the episode, because I knew it was going to take me a while to, like, get to it. So yeah. So they haven't actually told us what any of these things actually look like, right? Like, I don't know. Like, RWBY Beyond. It's a spin-off stories stuff, right? Of other characters. I presume what they were doing while the main characters were in the Ever After during Volume 9. That's what I think it's going to be. So, but, like, what's it gonna look like? Is it gonna be fully animated like a regular season of RWBY? I don't know. Is it gonna look like their fairy tales, like, spin-off? Is it going to look like World of Remnants, like really simplistic style? We don't know. We have no idea. How long are these episodes going to be? Are they going to be like World of Remnants, like 2 to 3 minutes long? Or is it going to be like 20 minutes long? I don't know. Is it going to be, like, how many episodes are there going to be? Is it going to be 5? Is it going to be 15? Like they are asking me to spend money on a first membership on a product that they have told us literally nothing about. Yeah, you're confused. Babar, I believe is the name pronounced. RWBY Beyond. Yeah, they haven't even, like, really announced this stuff, which is another problem. Like, they keep advertising these things. They're not even advertising them. They're like, get this first, they expected people to get a first membership over a product for a dead company that they haven't even shown us an idea of what it's going to look like. We have no schedule, no release schedule, no nothing. Not a single hint of an idea, just a concept at best. And they only ever announce things when it's, like, they only announce it on their own personal Twitters. Every single new thing involving RWBY that has been revealed to the general public has only been talked about through Eddie, Miles, or Carrie's own personal Twitter accounts. They shut down the Rooster Teeth Twitter account a while ago for no reason. I don't know why they did that. The RWBY Twitter account is struggling to stay relevant. They did like a girly pop style fan edit of Raven the other day, and I'm like, what are you doing? And they still aren't announcing anything, and they don't have trailers on their main YouTube channel, like the main Rooster Teeth YouTube channel. There's no trailer, there's no announcement for what's going on with RWBY. There's no talking about, like, their epilogue that's out. Can't find that information anywhere. Not talking about RWBY Beyond, or their retrospective thing, or their D&D campaign. Like, what's the point of the YouTube channel, right? Like, you can't just announce things on your own personal social medias. Like, and you can't do that and then be confused when no one's getting your first memberships to watch your stupid shows that they don't even know even exist because you're not advertising them. Like, yeah, maybe Miles has, like, I don't know, 30,000 subscribers on Twitter or something. I don't know. But their YouTube channel, the Rooster Teeth YouTube channel, has over several million. They have like 3 million subscribers, right? And it's like, why not? Critter. Carrie also stating that they are looking for partners for RWBY, and I'm over here wondering what kind of company is going to make a deal with a company going bankrupt. Yeah, and yes. Like, they're like, no, it's gonna be like, we're gonna keep trying to do RWBY. We're talking with partners. And it's like, who? Literally who? Who would want this? Because also there's this big thing in the fan base where half of them will be upset if, like, it's not original RWBY working on it, and the other half will be upset if it is the original RWBY. Like, if it is or it isn't, right? RWBY's so convoluted, it's basically dead in the water. Even the most, like, hardcore fans is like, what are we doing? And I keep seeing these things on Twitter where, because the epilogue came out, and they're sitting there bending over backwards, showering huge praise all over RWBY and Miles and Carrie and Rooster Teeth. Because, oh, we got our crumbs of RWBY content. Oh, it was so amazing, OMG. And I haven't watched it yet. Like, I watched the original, I don't know what the extended version has done. But, like, I'm just sitting here like, why are we, like, praising them? Why are we giving them, like big old pats on the back and gold stars for the bare minimum? Right? Whatever. Thank you again, JK Network. Who's more controversial in the fandom? Oscar or Jean? Both criticized for different reasons. Jean is criticized for too much screen time and angst behavior. Oscar is criticized for not enough development, and both hated for shipping. I think Oscar's the more... No. I think Jean's the more hated one, because Oscar just doesn't get to do anything. Like, the argument of more development is kind of, like, in his favor in this moment, because, like, it's annoying that he exists because they're not doing anything with this character, but he's not actively, like, detracting anything, you know? Like, he's there. He's easy to ignore. The thing with Jean is he's always front and center. He's always center screen. He always has to be a part of the main team. And I think that's more, like, in-your-face obnoxious. So I would say Jean. And this has been from the very beginning. Oh, everyone has to fall into the ever after, including special little precious boy Jean. Can't just be Team RWBY. Jean has to be there. Do we... Okay. Thank you again, Mystic Orange. Imagining partnering with Rooster Teeth. I know. It's such a taboo company by this point, right? Like, it has every single time it comes back up in, like news outlets is just because they're covering its many controversies. Like, it's never a positive thing we see when Rooster Teeth is popping up, right? Thank you again, Indigo. I'll die by this mantra. They wasted so much time. They really, really did. In so many different aspects as well. I saw a tweet from Miles yesterday, and it just pissed me off. And it was basically like a tweet like, I'm so proud of Volume 9, it came out perfect, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, whatever, that's fine. It's just, the thing that pissed me off was that I still can't fathom, from a writing standpoint, why they made Volume 9 that way in the first place. The whole Wonderland thing is so pointless. It's so pointless. The whole volume? Oh my god. Okay. I was fine with this scene. Is it sloppily handled? Yes. Like, do they stop and stand still a little too long and not try to fight it all at once? Yes. But they've had many fight scenes like that, where they goof up with timing, so at least it was a thrilling moment. Like, I was excited. Okay, also there's so much growl in his voice, I definitely didn't hear it talk the first time. Like, everyone was like, what was that? And I'm like, what do you mean? It growled. What are you talking about? I had a rewatch to, like, really listen to hear the word no come out of its mouth. Thank you, George. Yeah, happy Easter. Happy Easter. Happy Easter and happy Trans Visibility Day. Both of them happen today. Wahoo! Filler in every sense of the word. Yes. Yes. Like, I just don't understand Volume 9 at all. I don't get why it was all in Wonderland. And I don't understand, this was something I was getting myself worked up doing the dishes the other day. Because I was sitting there thinking about how they just insist on keeping everything off screen. Oh, we've dumped 90% of our cast in the middle of the desert, and they need to protect all these civilians from all these monsters. And also, we've revealed that maidens are real, because here comes Winter flying up in front of everybody as a maiden. And also, Atlas has fallen, and also Vacuo needs resources to keep everyone alive. What are we gonna do? What's gonna happen? Oh, we're gonna keep that all off screen. It's like, why do you establish concepts that are interesting for your characters and then keep it off screen? And they did that with Penny's death too. Her second death. Don't have RWBY talk about it. Keep it off screen. Thank you, Juan. Hi, Juan. The Hound should have appeared earlier in the story. I kind of agree. Like, I feel like if they could go back and rewrite RWBY, I think the volume 6 end credit scene where Salem is, like, making her flying monkeys, right? I think they should have, instead of having that, they should have had her making the Hound and having it that, like, hunting them down, or at least there in the background being threatening. It's fine as it is, but the Hound is so cool, I would have liked to see more of it. Did everyone get their water? Is everyone staying hydrated? And liking, commenting, and subscribing as you stay hydrated, and you like, comment, and subscribe? Is everyone doing that? Thank you again, JK Network. Also, I'll put down my water. Also, reason why I like Volume 8 is because I think Cinder shines as a villain. Like, I never understood the take that she's worse than how she was in Volumes 1 through 3, when she was bland. At least now she has flaws in development. I totally agree. I 100% agree. I maximum agree. I really hated her in Volumes 1 through 3. And I think she's so interesting now. Like, even before we saw her backstory, right? Like, she's interesting to me. I think she's interesting now. She has a lot of depth, and I think a lot of it was actually Jessica Negri's performance got a lot better. In volumes 1 through 5, I'm gonna say, she sounds very, like, uncertain, kind of like directionless. Like, it really does sound like she's reading the script for the first time as she's saying her lines, and she's like not entirely sure where her threatening inflection should be coming from. And maybe they just got better at directing her, maybe they like let her actually read the script first. But I think after volume like 6 onward, her performance is way better, and it makes Cinder such a more tolerable like character, and becomes much more interesting with her development throughout volumes, especially this one. Volume 8 really does a lot of heavy lifting for Cinder. What was I saying? Oh yeah, water! Like, comment, and subscribe. Stay hydrated. Everyone staying hydrated as you like, comment, and subscribe. So tomorrow we're gonna be watching Volume 9. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not looking forward to it. I'm looking less forward to Volume 9 than I was to Volume 8 here, you know? It is playing. There's just nothing on screen. There it is. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to Volume 9. I kind of rewatched a big chunk of it with, wow, thank you, Liam. Thank you, Liam. RT was stuck in 2010, posting so-called ads on personal Twitter accounts worked back then. By 2019, they were at the point where they should have been running their own 30-second ads on other companies' sites, or even on TV. 100%. Yes. Like, so, like, Rooster Teeth could actually be a very, very fascinating dissection on the failure of marketing. You know, the success of marketing and how marketing changes over the years. It's so interesting how badly they handle everything. Like, because it kind of, we're in the early stages of YouTube and the internet, where things just had to kind of pop off on their own. There was no real strategy. It worked, and they did great. They did amazing. They had Red versus Blue, then they really popped off with RWBY. They did all kinds of things, and it worked. But then a lot of other people started doing the same thing and more. You know, there were other people with their own indie shows. There were other people with their own companies, their own projects, and you can see as those other people, things like the Try Guys, the Game Grumps, even like smaller like indie animation things like Jaden Animations, Odd Ones Out, just people in general, like, I guess Mr. Beast. I don't like him very much, and I don't like his content, but we can't deny that he has built a lot for his brand and his company and whatever. You know, like, these companies started popping up all over the place. There's YouTube internet-based companies with big teams and big projects and big things happening, and money being spent and money being made. Like, that happens a lot. Right? But it really popped off after, like in the mid-eras of 2000s. Thank you again, Mystic Orange. Volume 9 exists, and they wonder why RT is shutting down. It's so confusing to me. like your company's on the brink of ruin, and you go, yes, let's commit to the weird filler Wonderland arc. But, yeah, and instead, well, everyone else, like, figured out the marketing, like, as the internet grew bigger and there was more and more people, which, weirdly enough, Rooster Teeth acquired some of those people. Like, they bought Screw Attack, they bought Funhouse or whatever they were before, you know, they bought all those things, like Death Battle and whatever. but they never adapted to what everyone else was doing, strategy and marketing-wise. Thank you, Everhart. That's a beautiful name. Volume 9, the most non-canon feeling volume of any show ever. Maybe, yes, it feels like weird fanfiction, doesn't it? It feels like really weird fanfiction. Thank you again, JK Network. If you want to save your thoughts on him tomorrow, that's fine. But what do you think of Curious Cat? I think he was one of the best villains we've gotten in a while, especially in performance. I think the cat uses they, them pronouns. I think. I'm pretty sure. Yes. I agree on your, like, Robbie Damon is a treasure. Robbie Damon crushed it as the cat. I like the cat. I like the cat. Yeah, I like how you could hear the difference in my, like, initial thought and then thinking about it thought. I like the cat. I like the cat's performance a lot. I think the cat is one of the best parts of the volume. I think the cat's shift to villainy is a little sudden. Like, I feel like that was kind of like a choice they came up with at the last minute, and then didn't bother going back and rewriting the script to make it, like, actually fit better. But that's fine. I like the cat. I think the cat was very cool. I'm kind of bummed they're dead, because I think the cat and Jin would have totally hung out. The one who answers the questions and the one who asks the questions? Yes. Thank you again, Ranger. Don't forget they bet their money on Volume 9 and the Justice League crossover. That's the other thing. Yes. That's okay. Well, everyone else was, like, moving on with the marketing landscape. You know, they were getting Patreons. They were getting, like, brand sponsorships and stuff with, like, Raid Shadow Legends or whatever, you know? Like, all those things, like, their Raycon earbuds or whatever, you know? Everyone was doing those things, and everyone, like, was getting, like that kind of going. Rooster Teeth still wasn't doing that. They still had this website. They were still trying to be their own streaming service, basically. And like, all these marketing things, these things that they could have been latching onto, just started flying by without them. And they sit there and wonder why they have no money. So instead, and then they don't market anything. And instead, what their plan is, oh yes, we'll just have RWBY show up in a million different things. Like, they're what, Smite? Is it Smite or League of Legends? They're like skins for one of those video games. We'll have our random video games. We'll have our random Justice League crossover. These random things where you see RWBY's faces, but it's not actually advertising what the show is. I keep making my Rooster Teeth, my RWBY character design shorts. I've been posting them for almost every day for, like, a while now. And I still, Smite, thank you, Juan. I still consistently get comments of people being like, what is this? Is it a video game? What is this? I want to see this. And it's like, it just goes to show that RWBY is not very well known. It's not recognizable, and they didn't market it at all. Thank you, Liam Griffin, thank you. There's no effing way RT didn't see the writing on the wall while writing Volume 9, yet they spent God knows how much getting Robbie Damon to voice a cat. Yeah, that's another thing. They got, like, I'm glad they went with Robbie Damon, because Robbie really crushed it for the performance. I don't know how expensive Robbie could have been. I don't think, here's the thing, it's not getting Robbie, because they've gotten big name voice actors to do tiny, stupid bit roles for forever. Right? They've been doing that ever since Kaiji Tang was Ren's dad for those 5 lines of dialogue he says. They've been pissing away money on voice actors for a long, long while. But I think the biggest thing isn't so much the cat, it's like everything they made for the Ever After, it's not going to be able to come back. All those models, all those locations, all of that stuff. When's the next time we're going to see Neo's dollhouse? Right? When are we going to see the Paper Pleasers and their intricately designed and modeled town? They're dead. Even if we did go back, they're not going to be Paper Pleasers. There's so many things that they had to model. All the toy people, Jinxie, everyone with the blacksmith, and at that shopping center or whatever. Like, that's a lot of stuff they had to model. Like, the modeling, I think, was what really took their time and money and effort away, right? Wasn't Amber voiced by Lust from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood? Yes. Laura Bailey, one of the best voice actresses of all time. And they had her in the studio. She was there in the studio. There's this weird little Let's Play where her and Travis Willingham, because they're married, were doing like a Let's Play with Michael and Jeff, I think, because they were in the studio. And she voiced the one word Amber says. And that's baffling to me. What was I in the middle of saying? What was I talking about? Oh, marketing, yeah. And it's like, and just, because they didn't know how to act like the smaller indie projects. Like with Try Guys or Game Grumps, where they get, like, brand deals and, like, sponsorships for their episodes. They didn't get a Patreon. They still don't have a Patreon. I bet they'd get tons of money, even if they had only $1 as the thing for their Patreon. They'd get tons. People go crazy to support Rooster Teeth, and especially RWBY, and a Patreon would do that. And other companies can have Patreons. Try Guys has Patreon, but because they sold out to Warner Brothers, I bet that's the thing that's getting in the way. They only just now got a Discord, from what I can tell. Like, I know I'm late on the Discord game, but I'm also not a company. Company Discords has been a thing for forever. So they sit there and they try to act like they're a company, but they also don't advertise like they're a company. They don't have, like, commercials. They don't have ads running on YouTube or anything. They don't even use their own YouTube channel to advertise things. That channel's basically been dead for months now, right? And it's crazy to me. I don't understand how they can just fundamentally not advertise their products. How can you spend all this time and money and effort making this show with all those animators and voice actors and everything, all of that, and you just sit there and refuse to advertise it? Even Volume 9 barely got advertising, right? And who knew it was coming to the Rooster Teeth website this week? Did anyone know? If you don't follow their Twitter accounts? Twitter's a dying company. Why are they insistent on keeping all of their important information on their Twitter account and this website? This website that's, like, horrible to manage. It doesn't work half the time. And even their, like, new news section isn't even, like, front page stuff. You have to go to a completely different sector of the website to find out new information. It's why? Okay. Thank you, JK Network. Again, you're very kind. I appreciate you. I'm in between. On one hand, I wish they also showed what happened in Vacuo during Volume 9. But if they did, I think it would have been another Volume 5. Too many plots going on, which would make it worse. So glad it was self-contained. That's the double-edged sword, isn't it? Because, like, yeah, I agree. Because, like, on one hand, I'm like, we should see what happened in Vacuo. That's the story you set up. But on the other hand, it's like, they definitely didn't have the time or budget, and we should have emphasized RWBY's plot in the Ever After and whatever. The thing is, like, they set up that, they teased that plot point. We didn't have to be in the Ever After. You know? That's the biggest thing that keeps getting me. Like, if you wanted half the team in Vacuo doing some completely unrelated story to what RWBY's team is doing in the Ever After, that's fine, I guess, but we didn't have to. They made this decision. RWBY could have had her development in Vacuo. You know, it didn't have to be an evil, like, Jabberwocker. It could have been a Grimm. It could have been Neo. You know, it could have still been Neo. You know, but rather than, like, a dollhouse, it could have been a cave in the middle of the Vacuo desert, right? It didn't have to be any of that. Like, it didn't have to be tea that she drank. It could have just been, like, a sword or something. It didn't have to be this, like, and we could have still had the blacksmith. Like, the blacksmith is implied to be, like, a godlike entity. She didn't have to be stuck in the Ever After, right? So it didn't have to be entirely in Wonderland. It could have been in this plot proper of the show. And I don't know. I don't get it. It makes no sense to me. As a storyteller, why would you write a scenario and then not show us the scenario? Make sure you all jump away in the slowest, goofiest way possible. Their exit has always felt, like, weirdly rushed to me. Yeah, sorry I haven't been saying anything about what's been happening on screen. I just wanted to babble about, like, Rooster Teeth's baffling business choices. Are you all drinking your water? Are you all drinking your water and staying hydrated and liking, commenting, and subscribing? Okay, also, it's weird. So they have this whole thing where it's like, we need May to be stapled to Team RWBY. She needs to be here, and she needs to be stapled with them, because we announced that she's trans, but only on Twitter. And people got upset, so she needs to be here and interact with them, so then it makes it easier for there to be a moment where she can bring it up in conversation. But then during the whole plot part, May's gone. Like, they're sitting there talking with Nora about who she wants to be. Would that not make more sense? Because Nora's sitting there being like, I don't know who I am without Ren, and having a whole, like, crisis of identity. Would it not make sense for May to be the one to, like, talk with her about that? Because, like, wouldn't that kind of be a natural way to bring up the fact that she's trans, as Nora's like, I don't know who I am. And then May, rather than having her trans reveal being like, I'm going to let all of Mantle die. No, I'm going to let all of Atlas die because my brother didn't accept me for my transitioning. And it's like, okay, a little brutal that you would let all of them die, but okay. So what if instead it was Nora's like, I don't know who I am without Rin. I'm having a crisis of identity. And then May's like, I've had one too. But once you get to the end and figure out who you are, you're gonna be better off. And then that could naturally lead to talking about her transitioning and whatever in like a smarter way. Like, the placement of May's reveal is so weird. Like, why did she come with us on this adventure? Just for the meat part of like, the story to complete. I'm gonna avoid the ad. Sorry, Tide. I just can't keep doing it. Gillette, whatever. Yeah. Would that not make more sense, right? like the way they've whatever. Also, fighting the Aesops. What if May was there to also fight the Aesops? Hi, Eric. I don't know, man. A lot of confusing. This also, okay, one thing. As much as I like the big first half of Volume 8, there are many things I do like about it. All the stuff with Crow in jail here, talking to Robin, all of this, I really can't stand. I think it's weird. I think it's goofy. It's not enough development to really get Crow to talk about what he's going through. Like, we're hinting at it here, and that's cool, that's something. And also a lot of looking at his hands, and they just don't have good hands in the show. Because he's holding Clover's little emblem, and it's like, the closer we get to hands. Thank you again, Not All That Evil. Did anyone else think the not where, when you're needed meant they were going back in time instead of like a week into the future? It was really unclear. Like, it's like, what do you mean by, what does that mean though? like it was, yeah. like I remember when, like, I was talking with, it was the Tundra, it was Frostbite, it was Dashy, Celtic Phoenix, I don't remember who else was there. But yeah, we were talking about the last episode after it aired on, like, a podcast, and Celtic Phoenix was, like, convinced it was the past. Or one of them. One of them was like, for a second, I thought it was the past for a while there. And it's like, yeah, it is a little uncertain. It also doesn't help that, like, the shot of Vacuo is a little, like, not easy to tell what's going on. It also doesn't help that we've never seen Vacuo, so we don't know what it looks like. But yeah, all the stuff with Crow and Robin, these cells are goofy. It's goofy that they housed them right next to each other. And this line is such salt in the wound. Where she's like, well, that was almost exciting. And it's like, yeah, you're right. That was almost a scene worth watching, but there wasn't anything in it. Yeah, the cells are goofy. I don't know why they made them that way. I guess it was easy to model. Yeah, it was something I was talking about last time, was that a lot of what we see of the tundra, like the mountains and ruins and cliffs and whatever, we only see in this volume. A lot of it last time was like flat, empty plains, and that's fine, you know? I'm just real worried that if we ever get to see Vacuo, they're gonna go with the most boringest options, because even this isn't thrilling, you know? It's, like, at least it's something, but come on, this is a world with magic dust. Play with the dust more. Thank you, Philip. Hi, Philip. Critter, you're making too much sense for RT. Stop. They just can't handle my truth. Thank you again, JK Network. Small thing, but surprised no one brought up how Ironwood doesn't care about Clover's death. Yeah, it's kind of like they completely abandon a lot of Ironwood's characterization for the sake of painting him like a villain. Because, like, yeah, why wouldn't he talk about Winter's loss, Clover's death, you know, he's just not going to talk about any of that? You think that would be an important, but no, he's going to talk to Watts about the Penny not turning the heat back on. They could very easily turn the heat back on. They could all of the problems from last time could be so easily solved. Just turn the heat back on. Watts is right there. Just have him hit the on switch. Just start shuttling people from Mantle up to Atlas. It'd be so easy. Even if Team RWBY's trying to fight you, you know, I'm gonna stop. What are they gonna do? I'm gonna stop you from taking people up to Atlas to save them, even though I want everyone to be saved. Whatever. It's so goofy. It's just, they didn't think things through. And usually I'm not too, like, into, like, kind of, it's not pedantic, but it's like, and it's not nitpicking, but like overthinking of plots, I guess is the word I'll go with. The overthinking of it. But this is a show that has a lot of complexity to it. There's a lot of moving parts, right? There's the multiple different villains, the multiple different, like, motivations. There's a lot going on. And so to not think about all of the intricately woven details seems like a misstep. Because, like, why else are they all there? But then, like, I don't know, man. It feels like I get yelled at. It's like, oh, you're thinking too much about it. You're supposed to just enjoy it. But it's like, then why did you write it so intricately? You know? Right? I don't know. Suspension of disbelief has its limits. I don't blame you. Yeah, that's the thing. It's the thing of when you sit there and think about it. Like, the moment you spend a little bit more time thinking about it, you start realizing how many things don't make sense. Right? And I don't... Is it someone's birthday? Is it Eric's birthday? Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Eric! Yeah! Congrats on birth! Congrats on the birth thing! Oh, I remember everyone was so salty about this scene, because she was, like, mean to Whitley, and she's not even. Like, she pointed her sword at him to get him to move out of the way, and clearly it's meant to be something kind of comedic, and, like, she's not gonna stab him, obviously, she just wants him to move, and everyone was like, OMG, poor Whitley, the poor little baby prince, boo boo, and it's like, he's fine. the people like Whitley too much for being such a not even, is he, like, not an interesting looking character, but he's a bad guy. Like, he was introduced to us as a villain, right? Like, he sided with their abusive dad, and he actively got in their way during their mission last time. Like, he's not supposed to be, a sympathetic person, but people liked him. All it took was Willow being like, you know, your brother is also abused. And everyone's like, we should all treat him like a precious angel. Weiss is the villain in this scenario. And it's like, How is that the conclusion you got to? Is everyone staying hydrated? Is everyone liking, commenting, and subscribing? I think we're Pavloving ourselves in a good direction here, guys. I think it's working. Willie's a victim just like his dad, yeah. I like this scene a lot. We barely get to move the camera around during conversation scenes, you know? Like, usually RWBY does very, very boring, like, shot, reverse shot, not even. Like, it'll be like a cowboy shot, then like a wide shot, then like a close-up shot, then like another cowboy shot. Like, it's very boring, it's very simple. It's what a lot of people do these days, which I'm not a fan of. But we barely get to, like, spin the camera around. And when you're working with 3D characters, having long takes like this, where we get to see the whole, like, because that's the thing, there's no crew to get in the way. There's no camera crew. It's just the 3D models. So pivoting a camera around them sounds like such an easy idea to come up with, because, like, it's a 3D world with 3D characters. So it's really cool to see, especially showing the, like, dynamic, like, changes of their conversation as they devolve into arguing with each other. It's smart. We play with the lighting in a good way. Like, it's, oh, God. Yeah, duh. But the first half was so good. Thank you, Anton. You got too good at it, Critter. Looks like I'm out of a job. Dang. Anton, no. I've learned from the best. My master. My sensei. Sensei Anton. Teach me the ways of reminding people to like, comment, and subscribe. I'll never be able to shill properly. I keep forgetting, god dang it, I keep forgetting to have a part in my videos where I explain that I updated my Patreon to have Discord in it. Dang it, I'm not good at it. Yeah, if you're a $2 or more patron, you can be in the Discord. Yahoo! Speaking of Patreon, there's going to be a new video tomorrow. I finished it today. Right before stream started. I was finishing up making the thumbnail for it. It is one of the gaudiest thumbnails I've ever made, just because it involves flags. It involves the American and the British flag, and it's a lot. A lot of colors all at once. Thank you, not all that evil again. Thank you. I think the kicker is Whitley immediately asks what he can do to help, and Weiss tells him to piss off. That is kind of like it makes sense that she wouldn't be, like, super on board with him right away. You know, I get that. But, like, he's trying. He has nothing else to do. So I think that's a good first step. Like, it shows both of them are not exactly ready to be in the, like, forgiving stage yet, right? So, I think it's fine. I think there's enough there to analyze, to dive into, like, oh, did you send that twice on accident? I appreciate you twice. I'll read the second one as well. I think the kicker is Whitley immediately asks what he can do to help, and Weiss tells him to piss off. Yes, I agree. I appreciate you. Curse you, sticky thumbs. I've been there. I have been there. Yeah, this scene. Great scene, Salem, like, doing something. I thought it was kind of goofy that she rolls up as this, like, big force, and she still just sits around on her throne and not does anything. But I did like seeing her like that. Like, oh, she is a threat. And we missed it. I was babbling. But we missed the part. It's my favorite line from Oscar. It's where she's, like, talking to him, and she's like, are you Ozpin right now? And you can tell it's such a hard thing to execute properly. Aaron Dismuke does such a great job, because you can hear the difference between Ozpin and Oscar, even when it's just Oscar's voice, when it's just Aaron Dismuke's voice, right? And so it was Oscar trying to sound like Ozpin, And that was so amazing. He did such a good job with it. That's hard to do. Having a character who has the same voice as another character trying to sound like that character, but not sounding exactly like them. Amazing. And, there's so many layers to it. He did amazing. Thank you, Tori. Again, Oscar. I need an adult. Salem, I am an adult. Yes. That's a Team 4-Star joke. I know it from Team 4-Star. I don't know if the joke's been around before then. Yes. Always funny. Was I saying something important? Was I saying anything important? I guess not. Probably not. Oh, I was gonna... No? Oh yeah, I was talking about... I was making the thumbnail for my new video. It's gonna be on Patreon tomorrow. And then it'll be available to everyone on Wednesday. I'm talking about the show Ghosts. Do you know that one? The sitcom where they like see the lady and her husband inherit a home, and she has an accident, and after the accident she can like see ghosts now, and they have a fun quirky crew of ghosts haunting their home, and she can see them. I'm comparing the UK version to the American version, so I hope you all like that. I had a lot of fun with it. It's been on my mind a lot lately. It was one of those things where I was like, time to get started on the next video, and then that was the only thing I could think about, so instead I focused on that, and I got it done in 2 days, so that was good that it didn't last that long. You want me to ruin something for you? Hold on. Let me ruin something for you. I gotta show you this. You'll hate me. So pay attention. So the airship that they have here, that they use to fly around in, physics doesn't get applied to it, so there's no shadows on the airship. So pay attention, when Neo steps on it, there are no shadows underneath her. And once you notice this, you'll never not be able to see this again. So pay attention. Yeah. Look at that. No shadows whatsoever. And it's the same thing later in the next episode when they fly up and like Cinder's standing on top of it. No shadows again. Every time. I noticed it and it ruined it for me. And now you all need to notice it and it'll ruin it for you as well. Thank you again, JK Network. Going forward, do you think we'll get new RWBY villains outside of Grimm? We had Curious Cat, but do you think RWBY should not introduce new ones and finish the current ones? You know, I'm conflicted. I think they should introduce new ones, just because we don't have many villains left, right? Like, it's just the 4 of them. It's, Mercury, Tyrion, Cinder, Salem, and they don't pose much of a threat. It could be Grimm, but Grimm has shown to never be a problem. So I think introducing more wouldn't be a bad idea, but they're not going to be very interesting or developed. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Not much we can do about it. I would like more villains just so it seems like they have more power behind them. Because the ones they have are not enough. And thank you, Stereotype! Neo is the show's voice of reason. That's why she never says a word. Nice. Yeah, so tomorrow we're gonna watch Volume 9. I'm not looking forward to it, I'll be honest. Because I watched a good chunk of it with Team Jacked the other day, a week or 2 ago. I think it was last week sometime. And, it's tough to sit through. It's more tough to sit through than I remembered. It didn't help that we cut out all the good parts because we were doing our Bumblebee stream still. It'll be tough. But tomorrow we are watching also the epilogue, the new epilogue that came out. And then also on Tuesday, we'll be watching it, Team Jacked, we'll be watching it all together. I know they haven't watched it yet, and I told them that I was planning on watching it tomorrow, and so I'll be the one who's seen it, and they all haven't, so that'll be exciting. So Celtic Phoenix's channel on Tuesday, Team Jack stream, we'll be watching the epilogue. Oh boy. Yeah, this scene, not great. Mishandled, which is a great way of describing most of the show. Mishandled. Thank you, Alvy? Alvy? Or Alvy? I believe it's Alvy. But I say many things wrong, and if I say it wrong, I'm sorry. Out of curiosity, which volume do you think is worse between 5 and 8? I'm personally leaning towards 8. Oh, I was mentioning this before. It's so hard to judge. Because, like, I think. Because I really do like the first half of 8. I really do. I thought it was fun, and even like the problems that I have with it, like that scene with Yang, like focusing only on Blake and not on Ruby, and literally having to be reminded that Ruby exists. I think that's a misstep and a mishandling. I think they have several mishandlings throughout this volume. Like a lot of the stuff with the Aesops in that scene, not having May included with that scene. There's a lot of weird things here and there, but the overall like strokes of the first half of Volume 8 I do really like, but the second half really hurts because I liked the first half. That's the part that really sucks. Where with Volume 5, it's like consistently bad all the way through. So, like, and I think the biggest problem with Volume 5 is that it's really boring. Where the problem with Volume 8 is that it makes really bad decisions. It's not boringly made, it's just the things they do as characters, the writing decisions are very bad, buffoonish, backwards, dumb. Not a lot of good ideas going on. Where with Volume 5, you can say that too, but the biggest problem is just that it's really boring. It's a very boring volume. It's hard to judge. I'm gonna actually have to hit pause real quick, because I gotta go to the bathroom. I also need to get more water, so you should like, comment, and subscribe, because you can be staying hydrated and getting more water. I'll mull on that. You all mull on that question yourselves as well. Which one's worse, volumes 5 or 8? I'll read your super chat when I get back, George. I'll be back quick, I promise. Let's just BRB real quick. We're about halfway through. We're almost there, ish. So yeah, we'll be right back. I just gotta get stuff, and we'll BRB. See you soon in a second. I'm back. Psychokinetic corpse? Yes. I am disappointed that all the headmasters were boys. That's, but remember, it's a girl power show. Wow, the empowerment of girls, as all the people in positions of power are all men. Oh, but the girls are important, though, right? They get the men to sit there and tell them when they can be maidens. The men decide who the maidens will be. And then, yeah, the girls, they have their powers, but the men are the ones who actually hold, like, the publicly held powers. Like controlling the kingdoms. The maidens, no, you have to be hidden in the background. So, the super chats I missed. First up, George. Thank you so much. You're very sweet and kind. I'm afraid my cast becoming bloated in my RWBY fanfic. Same, man. Fucking same. I want to add more characters during the finale of the first arc, as well as killing off some to keep it manageable. Is this the best way to handle this issue? The problem with a RWBY fanfic, and I've just come to accept this at this point, because I've also been working on my own, I've mentioned it a couple of times, is that RWBY just has a lot of characters. I have 16 characters in motion right at the very beginning of my RWBY fanfiction, my AU. Just because everyone needs their team of 4. Oh wait, it might be more than 16. Because I forgot about Team Cardinal. There's like 20 characters, and not even including the teachers and stuff. And there's just, RWBY is a show that has a lot of characters. If you're worried about it, because I can understand being worried about it, try to, like, focus on, like, several at a time. Having many characters isn't bad. Far from it. Like Game of Thrones. The Game of Thrones juggles a bunch of characters all at once, you know? Lord of the Rings has a big cast. It's just like, know to start small and then expand more as you go on. Like, they can be there, but they don't need to get, like, tons of screen time right at the very beginning. It's just gonna be hard with RWBY because RWBY has a lot of characters. And there's not much we can really do about it. Especially when we're playing around with AU scenarios and stuff. Because there's the team of 4. Unless you decide to make the teams of 3, but that kind of is a fundamental point of RWBY, is the teams of 4. So, you know, it's gonna be tricky no matter what. If you want to kill off people, like, totally. I think we should be killing off more people more regularly in shows. Not all shows. Like, I don't think we should have, like, characters dropping like flies in, like, Bluey or something. But, like, in stories like RWBY, you know, where there's the threat of death, and it's a real threat, characters should be getting hurt and dying more, you know? And not just the villains, which I think is RWBY's biggest problem, because RWBY kills off its villains, but now it's that thing I was just talking about, where, you know, do we need more villains? Well, there's only 4 of them left, and there's a billion heroes, so maybe more villains would make it feel a little bit more, you know, together. And then also, again, JK Network, thank you so much. Guessing, unlike 8, Volume 9 won't frustrate you as much outside of the Bumblebee and Jean stuff. Ooh. But I got a feeling in my bones that it won't be a highly rated volume either. For me, I liked it because RWBY's development. RWBY's development is good. It's kind of like the opposite of Volume 8, you know, where it started out really, really bad, but the ending was kind of good there. I think that the biggest thing is the Bumblebee stuff doesn't even bother me that much in Volume 9. Like, it's annoying, but, like, it's barely on screen also. The Jean stuff is really the most obnoxious bit, but I think the biggest thing with Volume 9 is that it's really weirdly paced, because RWBY's always been jumping around to a bunch of different stuff, and in this one it's just very slow, very methodical. It's not bad, but it is, like, noticeably, like, I can feel time slipping away, right? As I'm watching Volume 9. I can just, like, feel the minutes, and I think it's because, especially in the beginning, it's very quiet, so it's hard, it's, like, easier to notice, like, the big pauses between lines, and I'm fine with pauses between lines. I think we should emphasize the moments where characters aren't speaking just as much as the moments the characters are. I think that's been a thing I've been thinking about a lot recently. I don't know. It's also, like, I appreciate how it looks fantastical and like Wonderland, but also it's a bit of an assault on my eyes. It's a bit much to look at. You know, like every time I see, it's especially that beach that Ruby finds Little on. You know, it's just a lot. It's very aggressively yellow. I'm not in love with it, but you know, it's just one of those things that just like weird little nitpick things that like dig at the back of my brain, right? So we'll see. Maybe it won't be that bad. Thank you, MG. Thank you, MG. Personally, if I ever end up making a RWBY AU of some sort, I would get rid of the team of 4 rule because of how restrictive it is. Are there not any solo hunters and huntresses? Maybe just a duo? Yeah, it's also, because, like, that's not a thing. Like, every huntsman or huntress or adult in this universe doesn't follow the team of 4 concept. Like, Crow doesn't still hang out with his teammates, the ones that are still around. No other team sticks by the team of 4 rule. It's just like the things the students do. And every adult doesn't follow that. Even like the Happy Huntresses technically is a team of 4, but they never work together. The Aesops are a team of 5. Dee and Dudley were a duo, right? They were the only like huntsmen we really saw. And they weren't a team of 4. So yeah, the team of 4 thing, like, you could abandon it. It's just because, like, that's, like, the naming convention for the show. But, like, yeah, even the show itself doesn't seem to stick by that rule very often. It's just when you're in the school setting, which a lot of people's AUs start at the beginning when they were in school. So it kind of naturally happens to fall that way. Thank you again, Juan! My biggest gripe about the Atlas arc is the weapon upgrades. Not a lot of changes to their fighting styles. Sad about no rocket arm punch by Yang. Yeah, Yang's weapon upgrade is like her sticky bomb things, and it's so, like, not an interesting direction. Like, you have a rocket arm. You have an arm that's a robot. Have it, like, launch off of you. Have it, like, transform into a battle axe or something. I don't know. Anything. I like this fight. I like this fight a lot. I think it was well made, you know? Interesting choreography, especially with all the players on the field. A couple of goofy moments here and there, but I liked it. I thought it was good. It was a good way to show off, like, how strong Penny is, because Penny's the only real combatant here. Like, Maria's fighting in her tank, but she's older, you know, she just got taken out, and Pietro can't fight at all. So Penny has to handle Cinder, Emerald, and Neo by herself. And she does it pretty easily. Like, she gets, you know, like, goofed up. But, you know, she still handles it. And I think that's really cool. Good Penny volume, overall. Too bad she dies. Which is another thing I can't understand from a writing perspective, is why did you bring her back just to kill her again? Like, I actually don't get it. Like, bringing her back was so weird to me. Like, I like her. I like seeing her come back, but it kind of just completely ruined the point of consequences. Because, like, oh no, Penny's dead, and that's really sad. Never mind, she's back, and we're all like, oh, she's here. Like, it's just over. Like, she's back, and we're fine. And that's it. And then, oh, well, she's dead again. And that's over. We're not going to stop and talk about it every single time. Like, Penny came back, and they didn't talk about it. And then Penny died, and they didn't talk about it. And it's like, why do you have this character exist, but have none of the characters on screen address? Oh, when did our subtitles go away? Oh, they're still there. Okay. Thank you, Seconds? Seconds? I don't know if I emphasize the A like in Ants, like the movie from DreamWorks? Was it a DreamWorks movie? Like Ants? Like the Bug's Life? Or is it pronounced like seconds? Like getting your seconds and then thirds, you know? I'm doing my best. But I recognize your icon, so I can always tell when it's you. Yeah, oh my god, they killed Penny. It's so confusing to me. Like, her existence, like, coming back, not, like, that, a character came back to life, and you would think that'd be, like, a big deal for everybody. At least Ruby. But Ruby's just like, hey, you're here again, and I gotta talk to you. It's like, she might as well have just moved away. It's not even, it's based off of second trig? Like, is that a math thing. Trig makes me think trigonometry. I'm not good at math. I wasn't in trigonometry. Your level of smartness is just too high for me. Yeah, I just don't understand. Like, why bring her back? Just have no one talk. Like, that should be a big deal. It should be a big deal. Everyone should have been talking about it. Right? A character came back to life, and then the character died. Like, I could understand if they were like, oh man, we really didn't have a big enough finale for Penny's death. Not enough characters talked about it. We feel like we missed the window of opportunity to really address that. Let's do it. We're gonna do it again, but now have them like go really big and ham about it. But they didn't even. They didn't even address it the second time. That happened off screen, and no one talked about it. Yang, Weiss, and Blake don't seem to care about Penny in the slightest, because they didn't care about her when she was alive the first time. They didn't talk about her death the first time. They didn't care about her when she was alive the second time, and then they didn't talk about her death the second time. So why have this character exist so much, when 3/4 of the main, not even them, but all of Juniper, none of Juniper talked to Penny. It was only RWBY the entire time. Why have this character exist, die, and exist multiple times? I'm gonna pause for a second, because this is important, but also let me read off all your super chats. You're all very kind. First, Sora Heart. Thank you. Penny becoming a maiden and then killing her off makes it even worse in my opinion. I mean, they gave her a new role, but now it's gone and you're died? Yeah. Yes. That, they gave her the maiden powers, and it was basically like handing her the you will die stick, like the biggest red flag for her safety, because it's like, well, obviously she's gonna die again because she's gonna stay the maiden, and it was such a shame because like it was interesting, and it was interesting because it proved she was human, because a machine couldn't be the maiden, only a girl, and she did it. And then they ruined it by making her a real girl later, and then they just gave the powers away to Winter. And it just made the whole, and that was the plan from the beginning. And the worst thing is, everyone was like, no, it makes sense Penny would give her powers to Winter, because they were close. And I'm just like, are they? They barely talked. The most screen time they had together was at the end of Volume 7, and they barely talked. They mostly argued about what they should do. You know, like, Winter wanted to follow Ironwood, and Penny didn't think it was a good idea. And so she's giving the powers to that girl. It just really felt like it was all pointless. It was an unnecessary extra step. Like, they were like, oh, we can't have Winter get the maiden powers right away. There needs to be something else in between. And Penny was just brought to life and killed off as just a stepping stone for the sake of drama, I guess. Thank you again, JK Network. Is it okay if I ask for writing advice? Always. Always. I don't know if I'm ever helpful, but you can always ask. I said before, I'm writing my own adventure fantasy story. Nice. About heroes fighting an empire like an Avatar. Hell yeah. I'm trying to balance plot and cooldown chapters for interactions. Thoughts? This is a thing I think about a lot as well. I think how I've been tackling it is, because it's easy to, like, sit there and focus on the plot part. On the just plot part. But I've been going back and adding in more moments of cooldown in between important moments with the big plot stuff. And it's not always... And it's just, like, it can be little things, too. Like, it doesn't have to be a big moment for cooldown. It can just be little stuff. Like, them eating dinner on their way to get to the next big plot point, right? So, and it doesn't have to be like plot, cooldown, plot, cooldown. It can be like plot, cooldown, plot, cooldown, cooldown. So I guess it just, whatever makes the most sense for you, one point to get to the next point. And I think a good way to like rationalize it is think of your cooldowns as mini plots. Like, not the big, like, there's the big doom and gloom plot happening, right? Like the important stuff. But have the cooldown parts also have a mini thing that they need to accomplish, so it still feels like so then it's easier for you to rationalize how long that section should take. So, for example, if a character needs to learn to share, you know, how does that take an episode, if we're thinking about it like that? like a chapter, or would that take 2 chapters? Would it be half a chapter and it could be sprinkled in between a smaller part of the more important plot going on? So I think of it that way. And then also when you have things like that going on, it can be easier to, it makes it more fun to like stretch your characters so they feel more like they have personalities, and then they get to develop more than just like what they originally exist for the sake of the plot, right? Because, like, if the character needs to learn to share, because, like, in the main plot, they're the princess, but also we can have this other thing that humanizes them, or whatever. Does that make sense? So, I'd say just play around with it. You know, find opportunities. Find those little moments where, especially because you think if they need to be at a certain point in their development at, like, point B, what can we add to point A that helps them get there? And doesn't need to be longer. So... next one, Mercury Black, thank you! Hi, Mercury! Hi! Hello, Critter, hope you're doing well. I was wondering how different would Volume 9 be if Penny never died in Volume's 8 finale, and was with the gang in the Ever After. I think that would have been really exciting. I think that could have been fun to play around with the idea of, would she want to ascend? Especially if they didn't make her human, but if they did, would she be an interesting concept to talk to? She would basically, I think, serve a similar function as Little. Little was, like, the biggest thing, like, advocating for RWBY across the volume. But having Penny be there, but, like, a human would basically, like, add on to that concept. The thing is, RWBY reaches her breaking point because everyone disagrees with her. So you would have to have a moment where even Penny doesn't want to agree with her over something. And they might be a more serious conversation about ascension. Like, maybe Penny's like, don't ascend. And have RWBY be like, but I think I want to. And then that could be an argument, and then that could lead to RWBY running off, and then development could happen from there. I think there's a lot to play around with, honestly. It's a cool idea. And thank you, Nick. Thank you so much, Nick. That's cool! Thank you! Nick Barless. You sound like a character from a cool fantasy story. You're cool. Hello, funny green gremlin. That's me. Take my monies. Aw, love your content and keep it up. Oh, that's nice. That's so nice and kind of you. Thank you. Wow, a whole slew of super chats all right at once. That was crazy. I paused because I wanted to pay attention to RWBY's message. Because I know one thing for sure. RWBY's message is important in the epilogue for Volume 9. Thank you, Maddie Murphy. Hey there. Like, why not make Penny have a younger sister and have that be a plot point with the guilt of Penny dying, and then the sister die too? Think what that could do for Yang and RWBY's relationship? That could be interesting. Like, rather than build Penny again, it's like the new version. Kind of like My Life as a Teenage Robot, how she has her older sisters, her quote-unquote older sisters, and they're the older versions, rather than just rebuild Penny, build their new version of Penny, like Penny 2.0, and have her perceive herself as the quote-unquote younger sister of Penny. That could be kind of interesting, and we could play with the sister dynamic, but they kind of abandoned the sister dynamic with RWBY and Yang anyway, so if that was the direction they were going for, that'd be really cool. What was it? Yes, so this scene. I'm gonna move my thing, because I'm gonna be pausing a lot, and I want you to be able to see the credits more easily. So, let's go over RWBY's message, because I know RWBY's message is a whole thing with the epilogue for Volume 9, so I want us to really pay attention to what RWBY's message actually is. So let's get into it. So, first things first, RWBY's on screen. Not everyone knows who this girl is. If anyone recognizes her, they should recognize her from the tournament, from Volume 3, but she also looks very different, so they might not immediately recognize this person. As far as we are concerned, the majority of Remnant should not know who this girl is. Thank you again, JK Network. You guys are being so nice today. It's crazy. Last question. They don't need to be your last question. You can ask me anything. Before I head out, do you think Hazbin Hotel is running into the same issues as modern RWBY? It's been criticized for having too much going on in Volume 5, but nothing horrible like in 8. I think Hazbin Hotel, it's it's hard. Okay, it's hard to judge because it's only been the first season so far. So like, I don't want to put the cart before the horse with the development of the show. First seasons are always weird, right? But I do think it jumped to OMG war kind of quickly, right? Like it's like every time I see a shot of them doing their great big battle with the angels in the finale, I'm like, we jumped to this really quickly. So, but it also has its own slew of production woes that I know it's had to go through. So yeah, I hope I'm more forgiving of Has-Been because it's like an indie project and also it's still its first season. First seasons are always weird. We have to see where it's going from here though. I'm gonna hold out hope. I'm gonna hold out hope. Yeah. Someone asked why isn't Weiss? It's weird that they picked RWBY, other than she's the leader. But it is weird that they went with her. It could have been, I guess, the Shnees are bad, or whatever. Can't be a Faunus. The racists wouldn't listen to her. So I guess it had to be RWBY. Weird, like, dungeon they've filmed this in. Like, they filmed this in, the Happy Huntress's, like, workshop. You can tell they filmed this before they left on their mission, because this is a Happy Huntress poster that we see behind them. This was, like, something that we saw in the bar. Unique choice. Like, it makes sense, like, with the timeline of what they've been doing. It's a nice attention to detail. I just wish she was more brightly lit. Like, she's a little dark. Like, her hair kind of blends into the background a little bit. But that's just me being, like, liking colors. Thank you, Godzilla Slayer. Hi! First time I've seen you here today. This is where I start to hate these characters. I can't blame you. Yeah, so she is a huntress. I would have had her hold up her huntress license. Because, I don't know, if I saw someone, like, come up on TV and be like, I'm in the FBI, I'd be like, prove it. I don't believe you. But, okay, that's just a nitpick. Okay, I'm talking to all of Remnant right now. I fundamentally think this is a dumb decision, because Ironwood explained that he was going to reveal the information of Salem incrementally, like one kingdom at a time, because he expected people to panic. The whole of the world would panic, and it would do a bunch of Grim attacks if that happened, right? So his idea was to do it one at a time, like first reveal it to Atlas and Mantle, and then handle their Grim attacks, and then they would go to, like, I don't know, Vacuo, and then do that one. But she's revealing it to everyone all at once. And so I've seen the thing. It was in the original version of it. The remember her message, where she's Jesus now. She's their new messiah, RWBY Jesus. Thank you again, Godzilla. First time because I was at work. Aww, dang. Welcome back from hell. Yeah, RWBY is RWBY Jesus now. And so remember her message. It should have been a message of despair. Everyone should have been, like, as soon as her message went out, the world should have been bombarded with Grim attacks. They would not be painting her as this sweet savior of hope. They'd be like, that was the girl that made everyone panic, and then the Grim went on a complete attack, you know? Loving the stream? Thanks, Protag. I'm doing my best. What do you mean? Why? God dang. Why is it when you pause, the subtitles go away? Dr. Paladina can explain it all later. Pietro. Funny, because he vanishes completely at this point. Thank you again, Albie. This was the message Penny carried to the stars. Yes. As beautifully written as that line is, a message to the stars, this is a dumb message. This is not the hope saving the world message they paint it as. Yeah, Dr. Paladina can explain it later, except that he vanishes completely after this episode. And we do not see him again. At all. I'm not even sure if he's in the epilogue. He wasn't in the original version that we watched. I know it's been extended out. I don't know if he's in it still. But the Kingdom of Atlas is under attack. That's not good to hear. That's pretty bad. Put your stupid subtitles on, Rooster Teeth. God, you suck. God, I'll reload the stupid episode because your stupid website is so dumb and bad, and you all, why don't we have any money? Anyway, our stupid website doesn't work. I flipped off the screen. I've been trying not to swear as much. So I didn't say the word, but I made that noise and I flipped the screen off. It's just dumb. It's just dumb that I have to sit through their ads again because their stupid website is so poorly made that I can't have the stupid subtitles on. And this stupid dumb website made by buffoons who are idiots and they don't know what they're doing. Oh, our website's a lot better. Come check it out. No, Carrie, you're wrong. You're an idiot and your website's trash. Anyway. Okay. Thank you, George. Sorry I freaked out. It frustrates me. Thank you, George. I wanted to get an opinion on the titles for my prologues. The first is Tread with Caution, cool, and features a huntsman team based on cautionary fairy tales. That's a great idea. I love that. I live for those things. Like, wordplay, smart, clever wordplay, yes. Thank you. Seconds again. Seconds. Sea-cants. RWBY does the Christ-like figure in Remember Her Message. This is a symbolic pose. Yeah. It's so weird. Like, if Ironwood had gone through, would he be, like, up on a cross in a symbolic pose? It's just, I don't know. It's a weird choice. I don't agree with it. It's like they're really trying to hammer home, like, she is their savior, and that's a weird direction to take your character. And then thank you again, George. The second, Touch the Sky, features an inventor/mother-son duo based on Daedalus. I've never said the name out loud. I've read it. I know the story of Icarus. I've just never said it. Yeah, Carrie watching my stream, flabbergasted. Thank you, Ian. That sounds great. I love those titles. I am so on board with those titles. I love them. Thank you again, Godzilla. Did you see the tweet Carrie sent out that he made it sound like we only have a limited time to watch RWBY now, and then it'll be gone? Did he really? What a loser. Oh no, only a limited time. Then sell your show. Idiot. Thank you, Juan. I wish Ironwood made a last stand against Salem with the Aesop's instead of making a nuke. Like his semblance gave him Ultra Instinct for a minute. That would have been better. We'll get to Ironwood. And his character assassination. So anyway, RWBY's message. Atlas is under attack and they need dire help. This is the kingdom with the biggest militaristic force. And they need help. Oh, but don't panic! Yeah, I don't know if you know this, RWBY, but usually when you say, don't panic, that doesn't make people just instantly stop panicking. Like, you're literally telling them the biggest militaristic force in the world needs help. And get over here as soon as you can. Get on your airships that take, like, I think canonically, at least a day to fly from the closest point. And even then, it would probably be much farther, like several days at least. Come get here as soon as you can, because it's dire, but don't panic about that. This isn't some new enemy, or invading kingdom. So what is it that we're fighting? An ancient thing. This ancient force that is stronger than the most militarized kingdom in our world has been here for forever. Her name is Salem, so you know. But don't panic. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool. And that'd be like, it was like, hey, there are titans, and they're real. And they're going, and they're destroying... I guess America is the most militarized country. Hey, everywhere else in the world, America is under attack from gigantic ancient titans that have existed since the dawn of time. But don't freak out about it. Just come help us. What? What? Don't freak out about it. I feel like people would, if in order to not freak out, people would have to be popping morphine, doing uppers, doing ecstasy, like a drug boom in universe where everyone is on some sort of of upper pill to force them to not panic in these situations would play out. Is that why she's their hero? Their new remnant Jesus? the god of your ecstasy pills? So everyone has been controlled by her. First of all, okay. So she points out Elysian drones and whatever. That's fine. Yes, they did in fact manipulate the drones with like the fall of Beacon. But RWBY's first one is the White Fang. Immediately she throws all of Faunus Revolution under the thumb of this ancient mega evil. Even though the White Fang, like, not even, like, they were doing a lot of their stuff just for their own, on their own behalf, but, like, oh, these bad Faunuses, the Faunuses that are asking for equal rights, they were being controlled by this ancient evil that's now attacking us. Why throw the White Fang in there? Like, the Faunus are going through enough. And that's, if anything, it's just gonna make people target the Faunus more, because it's like, oh, well, the White Fang has known about this for a long time, and they're all evil. So what Faunus didn't know about this? How did the Faunus know about this? Maybe they should just snort electric dust? Just gives them, like, crazy brain freeze. But in, like a zappy kind of way. Also, the White Fang's been torn down. You know, Gira and Kali are in charge of it now. What if, like, there was just people who didn't like Gira and Kali because they're racist, and they assumed RWBY was referring to that version of the White Fang, because they didn't change the name because they're idiots. They still called it the White Fang. In order to tear down the Huntsman Academies, that's what happened with Vale. She said something and I was talking over it. Let's reverse a little bit. I know the idea of the maidens and the relics seems crazy. So she hasn't mentioned relics or maidens yet. At all. Implying there might have been a section in the middle of this broadcast that we missed cutting to Penny, but it's not painted that way. She hasn't talked about maidens and relics at all at this point. She's just talked about Salem. But now it's like, oh, maidens and relics and real, and that's crazy. It's like, oh, is that also a part of this? Not only are there giant ancient titans killing all of America, but also, fairy tales are real. Myths and legends are real. Some of them, at least. Did I forget to put the protection screen? No, I intentionally moved it so you could see the subtitles better, because I knew I was going to be pausing. And when I move my scroll up, it, like, covers up part of the subtitles, so I wanted you to be able to see them a bit better. Yeah, when did she bring up Maidens and Relics? She hasn't. So it's either implying that there was a section in the middle of her monologue that we missed, but it doesn't seem that way. Or she's just suddenly being like, oh yeah, and this is real. But I promise, Professor Goodwitch of Beacon, I'm gonna put all of the responsibility on her without her knowledge. Does Goodwitch approve of this message being told to the public? I don't know, because I don't talk to her anymore. But let's put all of that responsibility onto her, suddenly, out of nowhere, in the middle of Vale, where apparently everything is still under attack and whatever. And Headmaster Theodore of Shade, a person she's never even met. She's never even met Theodore, and she's just throwing him under the bus too. Put it entirely on these people who didn't consent to being given all the responsibility here. She was trying to keep it hidden. Theodore was trying to keep it hidden. We're just gonna suddenly dump this information and then have them to blame? Oh, don't come to me, Ruby Rose, the huntress sending this message. Instead, go running to these other people. These people who are in positions of power, who are also, like, trying their own thing. It's just blame them. Go talk to them. Go deal with them. Have them deal with it. It's your problem now. What? What? Also, half the world can't interact with these characters. Glinda's in Vale, and Theodore is in Vacuo. What about Mistral? How is Mistral going to get any confirmation for this stuff, right? They would have to send a letter in the mail because there's no cross-continental communication still. So the only thing they could do is write a handwritten letter, send it in the mail, and sit with bated breath and wait for some form of confirmation. Don't panic as we sit here for God knows how long, days to weeks on end, as we wait for confirmation about all this stuff, because we're in Mistral and we're nowhere near Vale and Vacuo. And then they might be able to help organize a way to fight back. Remember what I said? We're in trouble. Hey, you two, Glinda and Theodore, who I'm bringing up out of nowhere, help us. I'm gonna put the continual safety of Atlas and Mantle on your shoulders. Again, your responsibility. Because I'm being like, maybe they can help. Are you gonna disappoint me? I'm bringing this up right now, implying that I think you can help. And then it's like, oh, but if we can't, then that's their fault? RWBY asked for help. You know, again, it's just shifting all the responsibility to other people. But she's gonna be the one painted as the martyr, the hero, the new messiah of Remnant. Thank you again, George. An idea I've been mingling with is Ironwood taking on a detective role in my story. Ooh, I love me some detective stories. Looking into a clandestine group embedded inside the Elysian military and government that have been around since Mantle's founding. Wow. I loved all of that. I mean, I'm a big sucker for detective stories in general, so hell yes. I've been ranting too hard. Everyone get your water. And like, comment, and subscribe. Yes. Yeah, Ironwood is like, she took my message and changed it. Was Ironwood gonna throw Goodwitch and Theodore under the bus? Be like, oh, it's all, like, give them all the responsibility? Have them shoulder all the blame when Atlas falls? Oh, you didn't get there fast enough. Well, they didn't know they had to organize a militia to fly to Atlas as soon as possible. But sadly, General Ironwood can no longer be trusted. Thank you again, Anton. RWBY couldn't have sabotaged Oz's council with this message if she was trying to, just to screw over Ironwood. She will suffer no setbacks from this. Yes. Yes. 100%. Who's Theodore? Theodore is the headmaster of Vacuo. He's based off of Dorothy. Theodore is the male version of the name Dorothy from Wizard of Oz. He was in the books, you know. So, General Ironwood can no longer be trusted. The head of the biggest militaristic force can't be trusted. Hey, all of Atlas can't be trusted. That's what she's saying. All of Atlas. Because, and people never just blame the person in charge. They blame the whole of the people. Because people are simplistic and they group people together, unfortunately. That's not how it should work, but it's how we do it. And so, the Aesops can't be trusted. Even if they are trying to help. Even if they do show up and try to help. Nope, can't be trusted. Because, General Ironwood can't be trusted. The guy with the biggest military in the world is bad now. And so you can't trust any of them. What are you doing? But don't panic, remember? Just the biggest militaristic force is not on our side, but don't panic, as, like, the evil ancient demon comes to attack us. Thank you again, Albie. I like how she waited until Ozpin was gone. Yeah, could you imagine Ozpin just pissing himself, just vomiting in anger, like so overwhelmed and frustrated that everything he's been planning on, everything he's tried to do, the huge lengths he's gone to try to, like, not have panic spread across the world, and RWBY throws it all out the window in a matter of minutes. And then thank you, Ranger. Thank you, Ranger, again. Oh my god, you're so nice. Your way of explaining the message reminds me of someone playing a WW2 game, playing as America. All of Europe has fallen to the Nazi Reich, but don't worry, we got Iwo Jima. Yeah. Let's keep going. Crazy. Alright. We'll throw this back up. Because they gotta babble for a second. I'll bring it back down for the rest of Ruby's message. It's crazy. It's because I know, like, remember her message. And her message is asinine, at best. There we go. Here it is back again. We didn't have time to prepare for Salem. That is a lie. That is a huge lie. You guys showed up. And, oh my god, that is a lie. In every single scenario. That is just Ruby straight up lying. Like, a Beacon, Ozpin knew about Salem's existence for years. And they knew. They knew there were things happening. Like, leading towards the fall of Beacon. They knew Salem's forces were trying to do something. Like, they knew about Roman Torchwick. Queen has pawns was a special little message at the end of Volume 1. They knew right from the beginning something was happening. They show up at Haven early. So early. Weeks early. They have so much time to sit around their little house and eat food and twiddle about and do jack all, doing absolutely nothing, and just sit there and wait for the villains to show up. They had plenty of time to prepare for that, and they did. They stopped Salem's forces. Haven still stands. And then they did the same thing at Atlas. They showed up in Atlas months, weeks in advance. Who knows how long exactly, but definitely long enough for them to run around and do regular huntsman missions. A whole little montage of them just doing regular missions. Jean spent the majority of his time walking children to being a cross guardsman. You know, walking children across the street. Plenty of time to prepare for Salem. It's not like she disappeared. You knew she was on her way eventually. Plenty of time. What do you mean, no time to prepare for Salem? You just didn't do it. You had plenty of time to prepare. That's like saying, oh, I know I'll have a test due before the end of the semester. And then you don't study at all. And then the teacher's like, oh, remember, the test is at the end of this week. And they're like, I had no time to prepare. Yes, you did. You just spent your time dicking around doing stupid things. Just because she can't be destroyed. Oh, did I throw that one in there? Did you catch that little fun nugget of information? The most militaristic force in the world is in dire straits. The leader of the military is completely, like, we can't be trusted. He's not gonna help. He's bad. So, not only is it the country with the biggest militaristic force in the world, but we are struggling against this ancient demonic evil, and fairy tales are real. And she can't be destroyed. Literally immortal. But don't panic! But remember not to panic. Like, are you actually kidding me? Oh, but she can't. That doesn't mean she can't be beaten. Yeah, what? Yes, it does. You idiot. What are you gonna do? Just keep punching her for all of eternity? She's immortal. What do you mean by beaten? Like, why destroyed and beaten are the same thing? You're just dancing around the word killed. Just because she can't be killed, that doesn't mean she can't be killed. What? Are you stupid? This is the big Jesus message everyone's pissing themselves over? But don't panic. If she really was unstoppable, she wouldn't have acted with such caution until now. What does that mean? What does that even mean? Like, you don't even know that. You don't know that. You don't know why Salem has been working from the shadows. It's just the writers trying to lampshade the fact that Salem could have been doing anything up until now. Like, she's so all-powerful at everything. It's never been implied that she's running low on magic like how Ozpin is. Like, she's just not doing these things because, I don't know. Because presumably, the theory that's kind of commonly agreed upon in the fandom sphere is that if she did what she's doing now, the humanity would unite against her. So it would be working against her plans because she wants to destroy everything. But if all of humanity is united, which was what the God of Light's little stipulation was, if humanity is united, then magic will be brought back to the world. If not, then they'll be all destroyed. So if she, comes in as this big evil force, then humanity will unite against her. Having RWBY talk out her ass, being like, she's been cautious until now because she can be beaten. You're just lying. You're just making up things. What do you mean? You're just talking out your ass. She knows we're a threat. No, you're not. You're not a threat. You haven't posed a single threat to her. As humanity. That's why you had to hide everything. This can be easily flipped on its head. If you're such a threat, why hasn't anyone known about this until now? Why did the headmasters keep it a secret until now if she knows you're such a big threat? It's just the same thing in reverse. It's stupid. Did the stupid subtitles go away again? I swear, this stupid fucking website. Even if Atlas falls, you can't give up. That's what she's saying. Because stay positive. I gave you no reason to stay positive, but stay positive. Yeah, this stupid dumbass subtitles went away again. I hate this stupid website with my whole heart. I am so happy that Rooster Teeth is falling apart because this website pisses me off to no end. Oh my god. What a failure. That's a basic function of your website. Am I wrong to be this upset about it? It's a basic function. It'd be like if your pause button didn't work. Subtitles. Oh, if you pause too many times, our subtitles just goes away. Idiots. Morons. Dumb company. Oh, why don't we have any money? Oh, boo-hoo. How could we have possibly been shut down? Gee, it's a mystery. It's a real mystery, isn't it? As you buffoon's stupid website. Horribly made website. That stupid video with Carrie being like, we've been working on it. You need to really believe us. We've been working on it to make it better. And it's so not good. I hate. Thank you, Godzilla. Bro, I'd hate RWBY after this. Yeah, we gotta be together because that's how we'll win. Okay, we'll keep playing. Because it's the thing of, oh, remember her message. I'm so worried that I'm gonna really hate the epilogue. Because I was not a fan of it to begin with. The original one we saw. They made it longer. I don't think that makes it better necessarily, but... Yeah, the entire company is based on online content. How do they not have a good website? And it's such an old website too. They've had at least a decade, to make this as good as they can. This is their main source of making money, and it's made like ass. This is the most confusing, convoluted, stupidest website. The menus are not easy to follow. Searching anything is impossible. Terrible, stupid, dumb. And you're wondering why no one is giving you their money. Why would I give you money to use this trash, garbage fire website? The epilogue is good, though. I hope so. I really don't want to hate it. That's the thing. The thing is, I really, 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 really hate the remember her message. That's why we just went through this whole thing. This stream is going to be longer than all my others because I paused through RWBY's message to talk about how buffoonish and stupid it all is. Because it pisses me off, because that stupid mentality of making RWBY Remnant's Jesus, her big messiah moment, is so goofy to me, because her message was not one of hope. At the entire time, it was like doom and gloom, everything's bad, everything's ruined, everything's really bad, can't trust anybody, bad stuff, we're all gonna die, she can't die, doom and gloom, and then at the very, very end, it was, oh, but we can do this if we stick together. No, that's not a message of hope. That's not, fuck you. That's not a remember her message. I hate it. It's so dumb and bad. It would have made more sense if they had Ironwood say it, because if they wanted to make Ironwood the bad guy, that seems like a perfect message to have him say to incite panic to make him the bad guy. It's so easy to spin it in the opposite direction. Have Ironwood say it, and then it's not, remember her message of hope, it's remember his downfall. Remember his threat. Remember the end of humanity as he sent us to ruin. You know, it'd be so easy to spin it, but because the precious little protagonist, the precious little twee baby girl protagonist said it, oh, it's not that bad. Oh, I'm skipping the beginning because I don't want to watch another ad. Fuck this website. We're on Cinder's backstory. Hold on. Thank you, Wild Pilot. Thank you so much. Hey, creature. Sorry, I can only poke my head in for a second. I wanted to ask if Stylized Station is someone you're interested in. They're also learning how to animate in 3D with an anime art style. I've never heard of them before, but I will check them out, because I'm always looking for new things that are cool. I haven't heard of them. If I have, I don't recognize the name, but I will check them out. Thank you, Wild Pilot. And then thank you again, Ranger. Don't shoot the messenger, but do treat them like a messiah. Yeah! What a perfectly worded way of handling that. Don't shoot the messenger, but do give them all the rewards if you liked the thing they had to say. Yeah, I liked Cinder's backstory. I thought it was fine. Is it like a little too one-to-one with the original? Yes. Like, could the madam and the stepsisters gotten any kind of development? Yes, totally. They're voiced by Amelie, by the way. The stepsisters? That's Amelie. Yes. That's her. She's the stepsisters. They giggle, and one of them has like 2 lines of dialogue. And what a waste of Amelie, right? Like, what an amazing voice for such not characters. Like, we were talking about Robbie Damon being the cat. At least the cat did stuff. Hey, remember when they had this as a song? This, like, 30-second almost a song? It was a shame, because this is good. And I was like, I can't wait for the rest of it. And then there wasn't. And then there wasn't a rest of it. That was the thing. Volume 8 had the worst soundtrack. What a shame. You know what I also wish? I wish they got names at all. Like, it's the madam and the stepsisters. And, I wish they had names. At least, like, a last name. Who the hell is Amelie? She's a voice actress. She does a lot of, like, song covers. She's Monarch, the VTuber. If you've seen her, she's great. She's funny. I like her a lot. I like seeing her TikToks a lot. Thank you again, George. How would Remnant bounce back technologically after Salem took down Atlas? I think it would take a long time, since a lot was lost when Atlas fell. Not even technology. Like, I'm willing to believe that there are some smaller technological like places across Remnant. It would be I think there would be a big setback with like robotic limbs, because I think Atlas was like the only place really doing that, because Maria had to travel all across Anima to get to Atlas, to get to Pietro to update her eyes, right? So if she could have gone anywhere, she would have. But it's not so much technology as it is dust. Because, like, the dust mines are in Atlas. You know, even Flint. You know, Flint had a dust my pop had a little dust shop of his own, and whatever. Like dust seems to primarily only come from Atlas, and I think, like, the limitation on dust would be a natural and interesting way to not only really shake up the foundation of this world, but also be like, oh, beating Salem's gonna be actually much harder now because we don't have dust anymore. Or at least we have a lot less dust. You know, that could be super interesting. Really interesting. Really, really interesting. It makes me think of, like, Nier. Did anyone play Nier? N-E-I-R? N-I-E-R? Nier. The original one. Not Nier Automata, the original one. Where I'm so in love with stories where it's like, this was a futuristic super society, and then something went bad, and now we're, like, back in medieval time fantasy story. And then you just see, like, the remnants, the remains of the hyper fantasy world that people used to have, and then you get to learn the cool history of what went wrong, their arrogance, that kind of thing. That we could do that. I would love it. I would be so into that with RWBY. Like, we had technology, but now we're back into, like, steampunk or something. You know, more fantasy, leaning into our magic systems more. Like, semblances become much more of an important thing to develop because we don't have dust, so you need as much to help you with it as you can. Like, your magic systems. That'd be cool. That'd be awesome and cool. I'd like that. Bringing it back to Cinder's backstory, one thing, I do wish, one, as she got older, because she's older now, there's a point where she, like, steps behind a door, and then she comes back and she's older. I wish her pigtails were even when she got older, because they're still lopsided. But then she gets, like, older, and, like, she gets a ponytail instead, so it's fine. It's technically fine. I just wish, like, once Road show up and, like, gave her structure, I wish her, like, lopsided pigtails would have been more even to, like, really highlight the, like, idea of him bringing structure into her life. But it's such a small, like, she's barely on screen during that moment, so I understand why they wouldn't bother. I wish it was more, like, explained certain things. So, one, where was she from before? Was that Haven? Like, was it Mistral? Was it Patch? Was it Vale? I don't know. I have no idea where her orphanage was. Two, where's the glass unicorn? Where are we right now? I think it's Atlas. I think the implication is that it's Atlas. I'm not sure. I guess it's not super necessary to know, but I wish it was easier to know. 3. Was this a slave trade situation? Or was it an adopted situation? Like, was that an adoption agency? Or was that, like, a child slave trade thing? It's a little too uncertain. And I just would have liked a little bit more clarity. Basically, I wish this was longer. Are you guys ready for best song? God, their band OK Goodnight is so good. Volume 9 soundtrack is amazing because OK Goodnight did the whole thing. And I'm so glad they did because this is the best song of the soundtrack by miles. This song's amazing. It's such a shame that it's such a great song for such a not great fight. What are you gonna do? I also like how the song isn't, like, overtly about, like, Cinder or anything, because I don't think they wrote the song with RWBY in mind. I think it's just on the soundtrack. But, like, it's, like, got enough themes and elements where you can, like, theorize or headcanon meanings with the lyrics to match up with what's going on with Cinder here. Good stuff. Great stuff. Yeah, I won't have to run. Okay, there's a lot of... Okay, alright, Selena, okay, alright. You're so right. So much about these consequences. Like, she was waiting to be 17 so she could go to Beacon or something. One of the schools. And then she just killed her family anyway. Why didn't he take her? Why did she wait so long to kill them? Like, if she was right there, like, if there was like it seems like she got the sword and then immediately just killed them, you know, for no reason. We don't know why, like, what was the exact thing that broke her in that moment? I don't know. Thank you again, Godzilla. Saw Godzilla X Kong the other day. It was pretty good. I'm excited for it. I'm excited for it. I like Godzilla. I'm more of a Godzilla fan than a King Kong fan. But, you know, I love me some good old Zilla. Are you guys staying hydrated? Yeah, now, how did she meet Salem? There's just so many, like, missing parts of the story. Once again, RWBY insists on showing you the part of the story that you didn't care about seeing. Oh, you want to know how she met Salem? We're not going to tell you that. You want to know how people reacted to the news of Penny's death? That's going to be off screen. This is a story about... RWBY is a story about the moments in stories that people usually cut out. Yeah, hitting with the loud gulps. I wasn't drinking enough, man. I'm just real thirsty. Thank you, Mr. Scrumps. Thank you, Mr. Scrumps. Didn't you just have to rewatch Volume 8 with the Bumblebee analysis? You are a braver soul than I. Yeah, Volume 8 was a while ago. I'm just, I'm committed. And we missed a lot of the good parts with the Bumblebee analysis. Like, we didn't get to see any of Cinder, so... I'm fine with going back through it again. It's more Volume 9 I'm not looking forward to, because I watched a lot of Volume 9 with Team Jacked for the Bumblebee stuff, and I wasn't thrilled with it. Thank you, Indigo. Half of me wishes that Cinder was Raven's other daughter. Rooster Teeth have so many ideas only to give crap without follow-up. Yes! Like, I think everyone's headcanons for situations like, oh, Adam is also related to Raven, or Cinder is related to Raven, or Adam was related to the Schnees because he has blue eyes, things like that. All infinitely more creative. So creative than what they actually end up going with. And what they actually go with is so, like boring and simple, and it's, like, come on, man. You had all these, like, building blocks, and they just are so afraid to reuse characters also. Whatever. And then, thank you, the Greater Scope villain. Sorry. Thank you, the Greater Scope villain. We see the glass unicorn when the sea swallows Atlas. Do we really? No way. No way. Did we really? That's crazy. Wait a minute. So it's in Atlas, right? What? Wait, so why did we have... I'm just, like, taking psychic damage as I'm thinking about it. Why did we have Cinder's backstory and show us the glass unicorn and have this whole thing with her backstory and then have her not go back to the glass unicorn while we were here? Why did you show us this? Like, as much as I like seeing Cinder's backstory finally, it doesn't really add to anything other than this scene right here, where suddenly she has her mantra of, without you, I am nothing, or whatever, which we've never done before. We've never hinted to this being a dynamic with them. Cinder's never said that before. She's never had that tick of, like, scrubbing before. So why did we have her backstory here if she's not gonna swing by the glass unicorn and do something there, right? Like, it would have made more sense if she, I don't know, man, if she killed, like, the stepmom, but not the stepsisters, and then she went back and she finished the job with the stepsisters. You had so many parallels. You had so many parallels you could play with. You had so many things you could play with. We were right here. You set it up. You told us the story. You showed us the story. Why didn't you give us the story? I don't understand. Why did you do this? Why do you write stories but then not tell us the interesting parts? oh my god. Thank you, Juan. wish the soundtrack had more freedom, like last volume. Do you mean this one? Yes. Volume 8 soundtrack, I think, is pretty weak. It's super short, too. RWBY Volume 9 is an acid trip. It is a lot. It's like a lot, isn't it? It's all over the place. It barely feels real still. It's been a year. It's been like a whole year since it first aired. And I'm like, did that happen? Was that really what they did? That was really the decisions they made? Yeah, Volume 8 soundtrack, pretty lame, pretty boring. Let's look at Volume 8 soundtrack. Because I don't care about the Aesops, the Borsmops. RWBY Volume 8 soundtrack. Let's see. Okay, yeah, For Every Life, which is the opening, which is fine. It's a fine opening, you know, I like it. It's pretty good. The Sky is Falling. I don't remember that one. Which one's The Sky is Falling? Don't remember it. Be Strong and Hit Stuff. It's okay. It's Ace flops. Be Strong and Hit Stuff is fine. Like, it's interesting to have a Nora song, but it doesn't touch on any of the things Nora is going through. You know? Like, in the volume, like, she's having her identity crisis, but Be Strong and Hit Stuff doesn't actually say any of that. Like, it's a fine song, I guess. Like, the heavier stuff are pretty hit or miss with Jeff. The Truth, which was that, like, 30-second long one, which is good. It just should have been longer. It's not a song, it's a teaser. It's a teaser of a song, which is a shame. Treasure. Which one's Treasure? I don't remember. I don't remember which one's Treasure. Friend, that's the one with Penny that plays during the end credits, I'm pretty sure. Awake, which was the one from Okay Goodnight, which is the best one. Touch the Sky remix. Oh, so it's a remix from one of the good songs from last time. And then that's it. Yeah, there's like 8 songs. 8 songs. One of them is a remix, and one of them is literally less than a minute long, and it was like a teaser of a song. It's just and half of them I didn't even remember. I don't remember Treasure, and I don't remember The Sky is Falling. So it's a pretty weak volume for its soundtrack, which is such a shame, because that was the one thing. I remember everyone was just they couldn't wait to see the Volume 8 soundtrack. That was a thing everywhere. It was on every Reddit post. It was on every tweet. There was constantly, like, when do we get the Volume 8 soundtrack? Volume 8 soundtrack when? Volume 8 soundtrack when? And then it finally dropped, and everyone was like, that's it? We've been waiting this long? And they also took forever to drop it, which I don't understand. That's dumb. In this day and age, the Hasbin Hotel dropped every single song it made the day the episodes released, right? And that's a musical. That's a full soundtrack. They dropped every single song the day it released, you know? RWBY has a soundtrack that people are begging for, and it took them like a year to finally like drop it. Oh, I remember Treasure now. That's the one with like the sparkly sound effects. I remember. Yeah, it's fine. It's cute. I think that might just be Friend though. Yeah, so it takes like a year or something for the soundtrack to finally release, and it's like only 8 songs, and then a remix of an okay song from the last time, and then like a half song that's not even like anything. And it's just, why did it take that long for them to release? People were clamoring for it. And Rooster Teeth sits here and wonders why they have no money. People are sitting there begging for their product. They are sitting there screaming for the soundtrack because they want to buy it, because they could not wait to get that soundtrack. And nope. You just have to sit there and wait for God knows how long, half a year, before we finally give it to you. Right at the time when everyone was losing interest, then we'll give you the soundtrack. Rooster Teeth is just this shot of the, like, picnic area in Atlas is the only thing that implies Atlas is, like, better off than Mantle. But that's such, like, I don't want to call it guerrilla marketing, because I know that's the wrong word, but it's like, if someone walked up to, like, I don't know, San Francisco, and took a picture of, like, the dumpster, like the local dumpster by, like, a shoddy area, and went, see, all of this city is exactly like this. And then they walked over to New York and took a picture of, like, a flower bed. And they were like, look at how beautiful this city is. Like, you can't, like, just because you show us the Pietro's broken down slum doctor's office versus the picnic area of Atlas, that doesn't tell us that these places are all like that. It does feel ham-fisted. You're right. It feels like we're supposed to just stereotype everywhere. Whatever. Oh, we're quickly barreling towards one of the goofiest scenes. We've surpassed the halfway point. This was the episode after the halfway point. Like, I believe the last one was the last one there was before there was a big hiatus. That, or was this episode was the last one before the big hiatus. I don't remember. Yeah, Oscar's in there. I don't, like, Ozpin will be back. Like, we don't want Oscar to die, but also, that's one guy. Don't save the city. We want to save our one friend. Even though we got all mad at you for not wanting to save the whole city, our one friend is more important. Here's our priorities. You can't save half of everybody. You have to save all of everybody. But more than anything, you have to save our friend. Oh, this is also the beginning. Like, why are you hiding from the Seeker? You're here. You could just be in her whale. Like, you're not sneaking in. What's the deal? Thank you again, Ranger. The Virgin Mantle Street versus the Chad Atlas picnic area. Yes. Episode 6 was before the hiatus. Okay, yeah, I thought so. Because I remember seeing Salem, like, hand wave Maestro the Grim, and I was like, this is what we waited for? This whole sequence, Oscar gaining the trust of Hazel and Emerald for no reason, is so it's so poorly done. I don't understand. We've, as a society, been deconstructing redemption arcs ever since Zuko. Ever since Avatar and Prince Zuko, we as a society has deconstructed redemption arcs over and over and over again. We put a lot of emphasis on them because of how impactful that redemption was and how, like, it inspired other people into doing redemption arcs as well. There's also Peridot with Steven Universe. There's lots of them. So it's so weird to me that, especially someone who was so, like, they were so inspired by Avatar, The Last Airbender. Obviously, I've talked about it before. All of the, like, Miles and Carrie and whatever, all of RWBY, it's, like, inspired heavily by Avatar, The Last Airbender. And so it's so weird to me that they would have such a poorly done redemption for Hazel and Emerald. Like, it's so, you would think they would give, like, a lot of thought into the redemption of their characters before being people who seemingly was so into Avatar. You'd think they would have had bigger breakdowns of how they successfully handled Zuko's story. But no, which makes me think they like Avatar, The Last Airbender, but they don't know why. That's what it tells me. They don't understand it. They don't think Zuko's redemption was good because of the overarching plot with his back and forth of his character and the actions that led him to fully like make this hard decision in his life and understand it was a hard decision, and the struggle of the heroes with accepting him in their life, whether it was because they also had to go through their own redemptions with him, they had a lot of internal baggage to go through, they had, by consequence of circumstance, they needed a firebender to teach Aang. Like, there was a lot that went into it. And it tells me that Miles and Carrie don't understand that that's what made Zuko's redemption good. It makes me think that they think Zuko is good because he had a redemption. You know? Like, it's not the other way around. Does that make sense? He is a well-written character because he had a redemption. It's not his redemption is a part of how well-written his character was. Not everyone's made to write. I fundamentally don't understand how you can say you like Avatar, The Last Airbender, that much, and just seemingly not get it. Thank you, Sora. I went on a whole rant and I missed your comment, but thank you, Sora. I remembered. All Yang did was following RWBY until Volume 8. Yeah, the whole following orders thing. It's, like, I remember she kept saying that, and something in the back of my mind was like, why does that annoy me? Why does that feel hypocritical and dumb? And it's like, oh, because she is dumb. She's been following orders this whole... She's been openly bashing Ozpin and the concept of what Ozpin is doing. You know, she's been advocating against him as a concept, but she's still been doing what he said. He said, take the lamp to Atlas, and she did that. He said, like she's been following orders this whole time. And so for her to get so up in arms about it, it's like, it's the same thing as the sudden power of friendship thing with the Aesops. Like, it's just such a weird thing to suddenly throw out there. You know? Like, like, they just don't seem to know what to do with these characters here. Maybe I think it's gotten a little too out of hand. I don't think they have a grasp on what to do with the concepts of these characters in this story anymore. It's such a shame. And I think that's why Volume 9 is well written. It's a very well written volume, because they stepped away from all of it. They got rid of all of it. You know? They abandoned all of the crazy, convoluted lore and characters and everything, and the crisscrossing plots with our 700 villains and our 900 characters and all these things, and the different things we need to develop because people have been asking for it, and it was just Team Ruby and John. And I think that's why it was a well-written story, because it's smaller and easier to, like, wrap around and easier to control. I'm would I love Volume 10? Yes, I want to see the story end. But also, it's gotten so big and convoluted that I don't think they can handle it anymore. Clearly, they haven't so far. Emerald got redeemed because she's there. They just like her now. That's one of the biggest things. Not only did we miss everyone surviving through the Vacuo Desert. Quiet, critter, you're interrupting tea time. Thanks, Alvi. Sit around and sipping tea. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna finish my thought, and I'm gonna jump back to that real quick. Finishing my thought, it's not only that I'm upset that we didn't get to see them get out of the sandstorm and get help and see them beat the evil monsters and help save the people. It's that I know for a fact Emerald would have gotten all of her redeeming off screen. They would have gone through this whole development with Emerald and befriending her and everything, and it all would have happened off screen. 100%. That's what it's gonna end up being, and that's what pisses me off. Okay, so Alvi, okay, so the tea thing. We've all made fun of the tea concept to there and back again. It's dumb. It's really dumb that they sit there and they sip on their tea. Did I say this? Was it in my video? No, it was in Twins' video, where it's them sitting there sipping tea and they go, it sure does look bad out there, and then as they do nothing to help. Like, Grimm are invading the whole of Atlas, and after sitting there and pissing themselves because, oh, Ironwood, you need to help Mantle too, they're just like, oh, well, we can let Atlas go, which makes it sound like they don't want to save everybody, they want to just save Mantle. But, oh well, it's okay if Atlas loses a couple of people. We're busy sipping our tea. But the thing that also pisses me off is I remember specifically in the beginning of the show, they kept talking about this. Whenever they talked about fun ways to characterize their to give them some personality for their characters, they talked about different beverages. And it was Ruby drinks milk, because she had that one line. Ruby drinks her milk. And it was Blake drinks tea, Weiss drinks coffee, and we never really talked about Yang. It was always Blake drinks tea and Weiss drinks coffee. That was the thing. They even had a little moment in Volume 3 where they're, like, leaving, and, like, it was after Yang busted up Mercury's leg, and they're like, we're gonna go hang out for a second. Wanna go get some coffee? And Blake's like, I'd rather tea. It was a whole thing that they used to characterize their characters, to give them personality, and now we can't even be bothered to do that. They're all just sitting around drinking tea because it was easier to animate just one mug. We couldn't even imply a different kind. Yeah, Yang's got the alcohol. Strawberry sunrises, yeah. And it was so, like, they're standing around and we couldn't even be bothered to do that. They're just drinking tea. Like, we can't even be bothered to keep their preferences. Even though that was such a big deal for them before. Oh well, like, even the little things they use to give their characters personality has been thrown out the window because it's easier to just half-ass it. Let me get some water real quick. Like, comment, and subscribe. And thank you, Ranger. You've been so nice today, Ranger. You're so kind. Oh my god. Our heroes and remnants... Oh, our heroes are remnants version of the Nuremberg trial, the Nazi war crime trials, for the destruction of the Kingdom of Atlas. I was just following orders. A fascinating sentence to read. Yes, I guess. I don't know of it. Yeah, Yang drinks energy drinks. It's like, she just drinks water. Because she's already so much of a hothead. She needs some water to cool down. Yeah, heroes, also. And just back to their same old habits. What are we doing this volume? Sitting around a mansion. Sitting around a hotel. Sitting around a house. We just sit around inside a building that's ludicrously too big. Like every building in RWBY is huge. I saw a post on Tumblr the other day, and it was just screenshots, and it was titled, like, the ludicrous sizing and scale of Volume 5, and it was specifically shots from Volume 5, but yeah, everything is massive. Every table, every room, every ceiling, everything. Everything is so big in RWBY with their buildings. Everything's scaled ludicrously huge. Yeah, Klein came back. I love Klein. He's great. Great. Everyone questioned me when I was like, that's his semblance. Because I was like, yeah, his semblance is his, like, split personality thing. His eyes changed color. And everyone was like, I thought that was just his personality. And I'm like, he might have split personality. Is that what it's called? Split personality disorder? I don't remember what it's called. He might have that, just, like, naturally, like, not related to his semblance. But eyes changing color has always only been a semblance thing. So his semblance might be connected to it to change his eye colors to match which personality he is currently embodying. But yeah. Oh, that's right. This was the last episode, because I remember Penny, like, landed in front of them, and that was the last thing we saw for, like, and then we had, like, a couple of weeks. It was, like, 2 months, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Awfully convenient she landed right here. I'm willing to believe she had, like, some, like, homing signal thing that led her to RWBY, specifically. I can believe that. Like, I can suspend my disbelief, but it's not something implied in universe. That's just a headcanon I have. So, by all means, it could be fake. It's just convenience because convenience. Dissociative identity disorder. That's what it's called. I remembered it was something, but I couldn't remember what it was anymore. DID. That's right. Yeah, and someone else commented DID earlier, but I thought you were just saying did. And I was like, I guess I missed the conversation. Why did Pietro give Penny green blood? Is he stupid? It is weird. like I guess they could have, unless it's like a specific chemical, like, you know, it's like, oh man, I tried dyeing it red, but it goofed up the chemical process, so I guess that's fine, it's green. At least it looks interesting. Like, you can like, pinpoint it's her. Also, and let them have this moment where they're basically covered in her blood, and it's not that macabre, you know? like it's not too much level, because if it was all red, it'd be like, oh, that's a lot of blood caked all over our characters. One little thing I actually really like with this episode. I didn't like this episode when it first aired. I remember being not super thrilled with a lot of it. As time has gone on, I actually really like this episode. Little thing, I really love that the green that Penny oozed on them fades as the episode goes on. Because, like, in the beginning here, it's very bright. It's, like, neon green. It's, like, Monster energy drink green. And as the episode goes on, it fades, like, because it's not as, like, fresh, I guess is the word I'm going for. And I think that is a nice, cool detail. And so when I sit there and bitch that they don't have, like casual variations of outfits or different things like that, I just sit there and remember that they bothered to make the green fade on Penny's blood. And I'm like, why can't they do that with everything? Her blood is coolant fluid? Yeah. I'm gonna really try to not just go quiet and watch this episode, because I think it is good. I think it is good. It's a nice little mini plot to handle. My biggest problem when it first aired was that Blake's conversation with Ruby is very dumb. It's super dumb. It's like, Ruby, I like you. I've always liked you. You're my friend. I trust you. And it's like, okay, just because you say it, that doesn't mean it happened on screen, but sure. And then also, Weiss fighting the Hound is very poorly done as well. like she just lets it walk away from her. She doesn't use half of her abilities. It just runs. She uses, like, goofy skills for no reason. She should be able to beat it easily, but she just lets it leave for no good reason. Other than that, the episode's a lot of fun. I like the mini arc. I like how, because the lights have gone out, Whitley and Willow are forced to help as well, and we have the redemption of the Schnee family. It's well done, and it is very thrilling when the Hound is, like, chasing Whitley and Willow when the Hound is chasing Whitley and Willow through the hallways of the Schnee Manor. It's very exciting, very thrilling. For a second there, I thought maybe one of them was going to get got. I was not sure if they would live, and very exciting stuff. So yeah, when the episode came out, I was a little harsh on it. In hindsight, it's actually not that bad. It's just important moments in it feel like wasted. This feels like a wasted opportunity. We could have had them really say something here, you know? Instead, it's like, hey, I know we've been written so we never talk to each other, but now I want you to know I'm your buddy. And it's like, okay, sure. Oscar drinks water to the painkiller. Thank you, Juan. I wished semblances had an awakening like Devil's Fruit have with One Piece. Like, what if Nora got an upgrade and could summon a storm cloud? I agree. Like, because they imply, like, you can upgrade your semblance. Like, Ruby upgraded hers so she can, like, grab multiple, like, she can split into multiple pieces now. That's a thing. We just saw Ren's upgrade, you know, right? Where, like, he can, like, see emotions now. it's a thing that's implied, but I don't understand why we don't. I know why we don't do it more. They don't do it more because they really don't like thinking about all of the skills their characters have while making the choreography for fights, because they forget them a lot. You know, if they gave their characters cool new weapon upgrades or cool new semblance upgrades, and then they have a fight scene and they don't do something that would have made sense, then it's like, oh, well, we keep forgetting to do that. Or it would have been extra effort to animate and we didn't want to do that, so we had to rush it out when it would have made sense for them to use their semblance here. So that's why they don't do it. That's always the answer, and it's always disappointing to me, is why doesn't this cool thing happen? Because they are consistently moving the story along the easiest, cheapest, fastest, laziest way possible. Every single time. Which is very much a shame. Like, the consequences of the story always play second to make it fast and easy. Make it quick. Make it now. Because we need to rush this product out. Which is such a shame. Because you can hear them talk about things that they had to cut in their director's commentary. And for being an indie-made show, I can't understand a scenario where you would have to cut something. Like, you decide when the episodes air. At least, like, in the beginning. Like, with volumes 1 through 3, for example, they talked about how they were gonna have this whole other fight with Pyrrha and Nora versus Sun and Neptune. And hearing them talk about it, it sounds very fun and cool, but they cut it out, and I'm just like, I just don't understand how you could make that, like, just wait. Just don't air the episodes now. Like, you are animating it. Like, we have things like Hell of a Boss, which just airs episodes whenever, right? That's a thing. You can just air the episodes whenever, and people will be fine, but their insistence on treating themselves like a production company, even though they aren't funded like a production company, like a professional production company, even though they aren't funded, they don't have the setup, they don't have the employees, they don't have the structure to act like a production company, they insist on acting like one, which is why they have to rush everything out, and everything has to be quickly made, and they have to make sacrifices like that, which is weird. Thank you again, George. You're all being so nice to me today. Oh my god. You guys are so nice. Nice little sweeties. Something that bothered me about this episode was how easily Ruby's aura broke when the Hound let her fall. Isn't aura supposed to be much more durable than that? Yeah, it didn't bother me, because I've gotten so, like, used to aura breaking for no good reason. You know, aura breaks when they're like, oh, we want there to be stakes now. Because if you remember they have aura, you'll be like, oh, there's no stakes. Because they shouldn't have introduced aura to begin with. I don't know why they even bothered in Volume 3. Introducing the aura break gimmick has only been a detriment to RWBY in every single way. And I bet they're sitting there kicking themselves over this. But yeah, like, it shouldn't have broken, and people make a lot of excuses. Like, especially when we get to Yang at the end, falling off the Ambrosius's rails in the teleportals. It's like, oh, but she didn't have time to rest. She did. She will show up at the beginning of this day, and then several hours they will sit around waiting. And how many hours do you have to sit there and wait? Right? And Jean's semblance is Aura Amp. He can heal you. You know, he can sit there and heal everybody, and you're all sitting around waiting, doing nothing for hours on end. How long do you have to sit there and wait for your aura to be completely healed? Right? Not only that, but they were standing around in the tundra, keeping warm. You didn't heal your aura then, either? Sitting hostages inside of the Aesop's airship? Did you not heal your aura? Yeah, she was tired. It was such a goofy not excuse. That's the thing. And then the writers sit there and they'll make decisions like that, and then they really rely on the fan base's headcanons to explain away their mistakes. This sequence is so good. This is the only time I cared about Whitley. I didn't care about him at all, and then suddenly I cared maximum amount. I was like, don't let the little boy die. Because he can't defend himself. He might be a jerk, but he can't defend himself. And so, knowing the Hound was so close, and there was nothing he could do, he doesn't have a semblance, he doesn't have a weapon, he would just be a sitting duck, and that would suck. And it was like, I was on the edge of my seat, and I finally really cared about the safety of this character here. Especially because we know how strong the Hound is. Yeah, he can body Oscar a couple of times, but Whitley's not going to be able to handle it. And then his amazing thing is showing that Willow knows how to summon. That's her Borbatusk. You know, Weiss didn't summon it. Willow has a history of knowing her semblance and mastering summoning to some degree. That's awesome. And they don't sit there and overly explain it. We just see it. God, it's cool. It's so cool. It's a good sequence. And then having Weiss saving the day. Oh my god. It's so well done. I do really like this episode a lot. I like it a lot more than I remembered. I remember my episode review for it was very critical. Golly gee, it's much better than I remembered. This might be the best episode of the volume. I think it just does a fun job. Just like, yeah, the dumb parts are there. That's the thing with RWBY. You have to remember, all of them have dumb parts. It's just how good are the good parts outside of those dumb parts. I really like that sequence. This fight's not amazing. At least she remembered to do her, like, body doubles. Her shadow clones have been so thrown out the window. You know? I'm mad that Blake's semblance has, like, if we're talking about upgraded semblances and stuff, Blake's the one I really wish they did something with, because her shadow clones are so pointless. They're barely on screen, you know, right? Like she barely uses them, and when they are on screen, they're on screen for like frames at a time. Like literally in volume 9, people were like, I don't think she used her semblance at all this volume, and she has. It's just it's on screen for one frame before it dies. It's just goofy. I would have loved to see Blake getting some sort of semblance upgrade. I don't know what. I don't care what. It doesn't have to be related to her shadow clones at all. It could be something completely different. Like she gets like wings or something, you know? Like with the Justice League movie. Anything. I don't care. But I wish she got something other than her shadow clones, because her shadow clones are lame. Okay, I must open the vault and then self-terminate. This is her first time saying this. Kinda late in the volume. Just a little late in the volume to be setting up that crucially important plot point. I'm just gonna say. But also, Watts's thing is dumb, right? Thank you, Sora. Do you think Whitley should unlock his semblance? I'm kind of cool with him not ever being a fighter to some degree. I think that's fine. I think it's fine to have a world where not everyone are like warriors with semblances and whatever. Like, I think it's fine. If he does eventually, I hope his thing is like the time dilation. Like the girls focus on the summoning, and it'd be cool if he played around with time dilation a lot more. I think that would be fun. Just to like jazz things up a little bit. Okay, fun fact, totally, I did not realize this guy had silver eyes the first time I watched this episode. I was very much distracted by all the everything else going on. Like, he has a lot going on. He's a Faunus, first of all. And I was like, do I know this person? He's voiced by Jason Liebrecht, so his voice caught me off guard. And I was like, why do you sound familiar? It's because it's Jason Liebrecht, the voice of Crow, currently. He has a lot going on with his face, like grim stuff, and he has like some scarring stuff going on. And he has like his mouth has been injured. So of all of the things in his design, his eyes being silver did not stand out to me at all. It also doesn't help that we've had several characters with gray eyes, or almost silver eyes, but they aren't. Like we have never been led to think that anyone actually has silver eyes, and only afterwards. Like, you gotta look for the two little extra lines of shininess on the bottom of their eyelids or whatever, and that's how you know it's our silver-eyed warriors. And it's like, I wasn't looking for it, because we've seen so many characters with grayish eyes. Ruby should have said he had silver eyes. Yes, she should have. Someone should have said that. Somewhere in this scenario. But no. Oh well. At least, I can't harp too much, because I would rather have them, show and not tell, because they tend to overly rely on the tell and not show, I think, yeah, Mercury with silver eyes. I'm on the fence of giving Mercury silver eyes in my AU, honestly. I think it'd just be more fun that way. Just have more than one silver-eyed warrior out there. What was I going to say? Oh, this. Okay, alright. Has anyone watched Overanalyzing Avatar? The YouTube channel. He's gone through every episode of Avatar, and he's analyzed every episode. They're great. It's a great channel. Great content. I recently rewatched all of his episodes. So, he talks about the boiling rock, and how it doesn't make sense that they, break into the prison so easily. We cut to commercial, and then we cut back, and suddenly they're inside the prison with, guard uniforms on. And it's wouldn't breaking into the actual prison be a part of the thrill of the escape plan? I feel that same way here, with them suddenly being in the whale. And we can't even, at least with Sokka and Zuko, with Avatar, we could make, excuses of them, sneaking around. They've had the skills of sneaking around before. We don't know, there's an entire war in between the whale and where they were. And the rest of Team Jolly. They had to get past, 7,000 Grimm and the Atlas soldiers fighting them. Thank you, Overhypen. I will. I'll do it for you. Just for fun. Because I think it'd be more interesting, right? So yeah, they had to get past all the Atlantean soldiers, all of those Grimm, and get into the whale somehow, which also, half of it is, hanging off the side of the world. So, they would have needed an airship. They have an airship, I think. If they had a flyover, it's just, I feel like getting to the whale would have been part of the fun of this story. Maybe it's a nitpick, I'm not sure. Thank you again, Ranger. You're very kind. I appreciate you. I thought the Hound was made because he was a faunus and did not notice his eyes, and it made me come up with something else for my AU. Well, at least that's cool. I like it when an idea isn't what the show goes with, but instead you're I will take this. Welcome back, Red Room. You're I will take this idea and I will do something more creative and interesting with it. Yeah. The Hound, there's just too much going on with his face. I feel like we should have really punched in on his eyes. His one eye way more. Okay, this moment is weird. This is a goofy moment, right? So, Marrow has this moment here, suddenly out of nowhere, where he's oh no, they're just kids. And it's so goofy to me. But they're just kids. But he's barely older than Team Funky. That they are not any more of a kid than you are. 2, they chose to do this. They've been training to be huntsmen and huntresses for years. Presumably, they've graduated by Atlas Academy, or close to graduating by this point. They've trained for this. That's like being upset that a firefighter is going in to fight the fire. They chose this. They knew it was a dangerous profession, and they chose to train for this. Yeah, Flint is, they're 19, 20 by this point. Flint and Neon, both of them. And, Marrow can't be older than, 25 at best, right? He's said to be the youngest. He looks very young. But, so not only all of that, but also, there's a gigantic army of Grimm. A huge, seemingly endless flood of Grimm. And you're gonna sit there and be but they're young. we're at war, my man. Like, what else are we gonna, you two who've trained specifically for this profession, for killing these monsters? Oh, don't do that, because you're a little too young. We'll just put everyone else in even more danger, because a couple of you too young. It's just so silly, and it goes nowhere, too. Like, I think they were using it to, like, kind of begin the idea of Marrow not siding with Ironwood, but it's just a goofy way of going about it. Thank you, Mystic Orange. Aaron Dismuke deserves an Oscar. Well done. Who wrote this one? Let's look up RWBY, Volume 8, Episode 9. Oh, something my patrons voted for that I've been working on. It should be the next video that comes out, other than the one that I'm releasing tomorrow, as I'm gonna be analyzing this fight scene. So that's gonna be very exciting. I hope it's a good video. I think it's gonna be very funny. I hope it's funny. I've started writing the script, and I've liked it so far, so hopefully, you all like it. I like the, analysis videos, because I like that, you all vote for it every time. I think that's fun. The writer was Eddie. Oh yeah, that's right, I remember talking about it, because usually Eddie's way better at it than that. Usually Eddie has way better dialogue scenes than this. It's also weird. Okay, so Eddie also wrote the episode where they argue with each other. And these are the only times their argument gets addressed. Ren and Yang. I wonder if he had expected someone else in the middle there to address their argument at any point in time. Because he doesn't write any scenes that involve... Like, I don't think he writes any episodes between their argument and this, like, conclusion where they are on screen. So, I'm wondering if he expected the others to touch on this plot point at any point in time, and then they didn't. Because it really is such a not conflict. You know, Yang and Ren argue, and then a bunch of stuff happens, and then suddenly they're all chill with each other, because, I don't know. And not even, it's, Jean is cool, isn't he? He's been our rock this entire time. We should really rely on Jean a lot more. And that's the thing that resolves their conflict, right? Sorry, I was watching the scene. It's knowing that Oscar is actually Hazel here. Like, Hazel is Oscar in disguise. It's Emerald's semblance. And, it's the little details of her, like, looking at where his face would be. She, like, holds up her hand, and because she knows where her illusion is. And it's trying to get Oscar to do the right thing. Good stuff. Nice attention to detail with the animation there, and I appreciate that. Yeah, this is also the episode where Yang suddenly has her personality back. She's spent the entirety of the last, like, 5 volumes pissy, moany, tantrum, baby, big mad, super sad, wah wah, everything sucks and is terrible. And now suddenly we're inside this hyper dangerous situation, and she's like, lol, haha, quip, pun, lols. And it's like, where did this come from nowhere? And I had some people comment, and they were like, maybe this is her trauma response. Like, this is her way of dealing with stressful situations. And I'm just like, we can headcanon that, but there's not actually an explanation for it. Yeah, and this is the whole thing with Emerald's redemption, is that, and now we should have a moment where they don't trust her, and they kinda don't, but also, they kind of do. Because her turn to the good guy side is so out of left field. Like she believes Oscar for no... Okay, because the last thing we saw was she was, like, still fawning over Cinder, and then Cinder left, and then suddenly Emerald's, like, hanging out with Oscar and doing the, like, good guy stuff. And it's like, yeah, she overheard him, but it's just... So much of her. I should make a video going over it because it's too much to go into detail here. Too much, and it's just all over the place, and it doesn't make sense. Yeah, this is such a weird plot point. I forgot about this. Where it's like, the kids are still in there. And it's the thing of, but they're gonna kill everybody. It's again with the trolley problem. Oh, do we put everyone in danger for the sake of these others? Like, yeah, they're trying to get their friends. And that's the thing. Just their friends. They're people you know. But if, like, the Aesops had heard that there was a gaggle of complete strangers running around the whale, would they care? But because they've met Jean and Yang and Oscar, because they've met them, suddenly it's, no, we can't. And they don't paint it like it would be the best to save everybody. It's instead like, oh, but those are our buddies. We need to help our buddies. And he even uses that argument. If it was your sister, would you change your mind? Yeah, if it was someone you knew. And the thing is that they're advocating is, but that's one of my friends inside the whale. We should not do anything to protect, because we want to not hurt them. But the argument is, there's still endless Grimm. Like, he's sitting there, especially it's weird, because the last thing he was like, oh man, the Team Funky are too young to be fighting all these Grimm. But now, no, don't do anything about those Grimm. My friends are inside the whale. And it's like, what are we advocating for here, Marrow? What are we doing? You need to pick a lane, alright? Salem is not well done in this scene. I'll go into it in detail with my upcoming analysis. But I feel like they kinda don't know what to do with her dialogue anymore. It's this moment where she, like, pretends like she's not looking at him, even though she was talking to him, just to grab his face, quote-unquote, menacingly. It just feels weird. And then her question is, why do you keep coming back? And it's like, what do you mean? He can't die either. What do you expect him to do? Lay down? He doesn't want the world destroyed. What? Yeah, Summer Rose, my mom. Which is weird, because she only refers to... Okay, we could have, like, an entire, like, character analysis based solely on the way Yang Xiaolong specifically refers to her parents. She only calls Tai Yang. She never calls him dad. Throughout the entire history of the show, she has never once called him dad. It's either she doesn't refer to him as a name, or she calls him Tai. The entire way through. Let me hit these super chats real quick. Thank you again, George. Just want to say, you and the Ever After High Neverland team knocked it out of the park. Ah, thank you. I'm looking forward to see what you guys will do next. Thanks a bunch. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really enjoyed the Ever After High story. Those videos did not get a lot of views, though, unfortunately. So if I do it again, I would have to really do something simpler, because it was a lot of time and effort for not a lot of views. And unfortunately, I can't afford to use my time like that. So that sucks. I would love to keep going with it, but I'll have to do something a bit more simplistic. Maybe just an audiobook, basically. But thank you. I appreciate it a lot. They all did so amazing. They all did such good jobs with their performances. I appreciated them all so much. They're all really, really good, and I loved it. It wouldn't have been nearly as good without them. So, awesome. And thank you, Alvi, Marrow. Jean gave me a coffee that one time, so he's cool. Yeah, no, okay, so it's not only like there are buddies, but it's also like there are mild acquaintances. It's like holding up the safety of the entire country for the sake of that one acquaintance you know from work, right? Like, not even a friend. You guys didn't hang out after work or anything. You just know him from work. Yeah. Okay, so Yang has only referred to Tai as Tai. She's never called him dad. RWBY has called him dad. RWBY has called him dad, but never Yang. Yang has referred to Summer Rose as her mom. She called her mom back in volume 2. She doesn't often talk about her. This is like the only other time she mentions Summer, and she goes, Summer Rose, my mom. And then with Raven, I think she also calls her mom. Because like in volume 5, when she sees the Raven that's hiding, and it's her, she goes, Mom? So she does not refer to her father in a typical, like, she doesn't call him dad, she doesn't call him father, she doesn't do any of those things. She just calls him by his first name. But her two mothers, who are both absent in the majority of her life, like, Tai raised her, right? Tai was the main parental figure there for Yang for the majority of her life. But the two different mother figures she's had, she does call them mom. She doesn't call them Raven, she doesn't call her Summer, she calls them both mom. And that's confusing to me. It's not bad, but it is confusing. Especially because she has very different opinions of them. Like, she likes Summer. She thinks Summer's very good. She's like, superhero mom, best cookies, whatever. But she doesn't like Raven. She hates Raven. She resents Raven. But she refers to them both by the same name. And it's very interesting. We could have like a whole character dissection with that. Someone do a thesis paper for one of your college classes breaking down Yang referring to her dad as his first name and her mom's as mom. Ugh. Did she call him dad in RWBY Chibi? Oh, well, RWBY Chibi doesn't count. RWBY Chibi's weird. RWBY Chibi, like, they've gone on record saying that RWBY Chibi is written like a weird exaggeration of the characters. I do think, but you are right. She does call him dad in RWBY Chibi. Oh yeah, we're reaching the epilepsy episodes. I have the thing on screen to cover up a lot of it, but there is still a lot of flashing lights in these last few episodes. So if you have sensitivity to flashing lights, be cautious. There's a lot of flashing lights in these last few episodes especially. We have 4 episodes left. There's a lot of flashing lights in this one, and then a lot more in, I think, the second to last one, like a couple from now. So, yeah, be cautious. I always try to avoid flashing lights whenever I do, like, videos and stuff, because, like, I know people who have sensitivity to flashing lights will, like, go in with a grain of caution to begin with. There was a flashing lights warning. I skipped over it, because I jumped over the intro. It's at the very beginning of the episode. I skipped over it, so that was my B. I'm sorry. I was trying to skip the intro opening, like theme song. They do have warnings at the beginning of these episodes. But the way their player works, if you've seen the episode before, it just picks you up exactly where you left off, and it doesn't give you the warning again, unless you go all the way to the very beginning of the episode. So, yes, they do have warnings. This is also my warning. Thank you, Furry Giraffe. Hi, Furry Giraffe. Haven't seen you yet. Volume 8 lesson. Death does not equal development. Yes, an important one to remember. They try so hard to make me think Vine is a character I should care about, and he just so isn't. This scene is so good, but I have a thing with it. I'll pause and I'll show you when we get there. Having Watts dunk on Cinder is so good for her development. It's so awesome to see. it's so interesting, like, finally seeing someone putting her in her place. And we also get a good moment for her, where she gets, like, her real threatening moment, where he's like, Salem said, and she's like, Salem's not here right now. And it's like, you and Watts, both at this instant, get that glimpse of just how brutal Cinder can be, but then, like, putting her in her place, it's like, and then she just shuts down and she just sits by herself and is sad for a while. It's interesting. We see these two characters in moments that we barely get to see them. He gets to express real fear and full-on anger, and she gets to express like full frustration and sadness. And it's very interesting. So hold on a second. Thank you, Mystic Orange. Oscar goes full beast mode. It was crazy. It was bonkers. It was really cool to see. Too bad we can't do it again because it used up all that kinetic energy. So I've paused here for a second. If you take this and you measure their heights, they've scaled them incorrectly with each other. Watts is supposed to be a lot taller than Cinder, and I know she's wearing heels right now, but they've accidentally, incorrectly scaled them with each other. You can tell, like, if you grabbed their heights and put them side by side so he wasn't, like, hovering above her like this, you could see that they're basically the same height as each other. And it's specifically if you grabbed their heads and compared their head sizes. Cinder, it's a little harder to tell because she has so much hair, but Cinder's head is way bigger than Watts's, because they've accidentally either scaled her to be too big or him to be too small, presumably so they would both fit on screen better without having too much dead space on the sides. Like all this dead space over here and here. Yeah, if you took their heads and like they are slightly incorrectly sized with each other. Which is something I noticed. Once again, I will ruin it for you. Just like that thing with the shading on that little spaceship that they had. And I noticed it, and it ruined it for me. I have noticed this, and I'm ruining it for you. You're welcome. Great scene, though. I just always notice the incorrect, like, scaling on the characters. It's magic, maiden powers, and all that jazz. Yeah. I love finding animation errors. I think they're fascinating. I think they're interesting. I think they're a lot of fun. And so, like, wacky things like that. I know some people who will sit there and, like, use things like that to be like, this shows. It's like that joke from the beginning, really early on in H-Bomber Guy's RWBY video, where he has, like, a moment where he, like pauses on a shot of Blake, and her weapon is, like, slightly, like, cutting into her body because the model is clipping. And he's like, a slight animation error, cartoon ruined. And it's like, yeah, some people get really up in arms about things like that. And I find them more interesting than not. Like, I'm only upset with the animation if it's, like, actually bad. Mistakes are so understandable. Weird mistakes like that are so easy to forgive. And I find them more interesting than anything else. Is everyone staying hydrated? We've been going for a while now. 3.5 hours. I also like that Cinder's, backstory moments, her memories are that bright red color. That's cool. I like that. Play with color. It's fun. Yeah, it's a shame that this is such a great scene, because I was like, I can't wait to see Watts and her have to deal with each other more. This could be the beginning of a very interesting development for them. And then he died. Oops. Oopsie poopsie. He's gone. Oh well. Thank you again, Godzilla Slayer. From what you said a few hours ago about Kong, I think this movie will make you like him a little more. Oh, okay. Fun. I'm excited. I do like Kong. I love me monkeys. You know, you can see Lumpy over there, the green monkey over there. I love monkeys. I just like Godzilla a little more. I don't like the weapons is my biggest thing with Kong. Weapons are cool. I just feel like it's a little bit like cheating. Like, Godzilla's not gonna pick up a sword. Sorry, I pictured Godzilla holding a sword, and it was funny to me. But yeah, I'm excited to see it. I love kaijus. I love big monsters. They're really dope. King of Monsters is one of the best movies of all time. God, there's so many shots of hands in this volume. We spend so many shots focusing on various characters' hands, and it really hammers home how butt ugly their hands are. Oh my god. Like, I understand modeling hands is very hard. They're very... I like monkeys, so you like Sun, right? I do! Sun's fun. I love Son Goku, Sun Wukong. I like both of them. They're the same person. Just different names. I do like Sun. Sun is fun. Too bad he got that really boring design, though. Great character. Very fun character, though. But yeah. Their hands are very hard to model. Hands are very hard to draw. Hands are hard to animate. But golly gee, Ruby's hands are very ugly. And I think the thing is, like, their thumbs are too far down, which is probably just how their modeling system worked. But yeah, we got so many shots this volume of just hands, and so many of them don't look good. like, maybe they could have... No, because I was gonna say, like, maybe have a scene where, like, you draw the hands, or at least draw, like, some of the details. Because one of the ugliest things is that you don't see, like, the like, wrinkles in their palms. But that might not work, because it probably wouldn't gel well together, animation-wise. Thank you. Oh, and then thank you again. Godzilla is the weapon. Yes. Yes, Godzilla Slayer. That's part of the fun. I like Godzilla's kaiju monsters more than King Kong's kaiju monsters, just because I like the variety. Our villain's gonna be an orangutan in this one, and orangutans scare me, so that's gonna be exciting. Very exciting. Oh yeah, like, everyone's down here, and this was weird, right? Like, we set this up, I guess they, like, know where everyone is when they go to rescue them. It feels like they wanted to do more with this volume. Like, they wanted to, like, do something more, to touch on the political landscape of Mantle and Atlas more. But I don't think they got the chance to, because these are all Atlesians, right? We're in Atlas right now. But if you didn't know anybody, you would think this is Mantle. And, like, they're all worth saving. They're all the same. Thank you, Sora. Do you think Black Sun was planned at first or no? I definitely think so. He winks to her. She blushes. It's all... They go to the dance together. I definitely think they originally planned Black Sun, and then they decided to change it. Like, it's fine. You can change your mind on things. People change their mind on things a lot. But I definitely think they were leaning into Black Sun more from the beginning. I never understood people's, like, arguments that, like, Blake and Sun was never meant to be together. And it's like, I mean, they hint to it a lot. They do quite a bit of hinting at it. Like, it's fine. Like I just said, people change minds. People can change minds. Spider monkeys are cute, Tori. Spider monkeys are very cute. I like monkeys. I can't believe our streamer, the Judgmental Critter, hates primates. Is that true? God, this episode is pointless. Nothing happens in this episode, huh? Yeah, really, nothing's happened. The whale is dead. We yelled at Watts, I guess. That was the thing. Watts yelled at Cinder. There's a whole lot of nothing with this one, huh? How many episodes was this volume? Yeah, because this is still the epilepsy episode. This is still the one from the flashing lights from before. Oh my god. We're still here? We're still talking about nothing? Every scene with Iron One in it disappoints me, because I'm like, this could have been a great scene to, like, actually make him an interesting villain, but instead they just go ham and have him turn into, like, a Scooby-Doo Shakespeare villain, where rather than, like, actually develop the stuff with his character, they just have him go, I'm evil now. Like, this thing where Schnee let them escape and he gets mad, I thought that was gonna go somewhere. I thought he was gonna not trust her anymore, and his, like, lack of trust, because we've done that now. But no, it's completely forgotten with the next episode, and he just trusts them again. And then she uses that to completely betray him 2 episodes from now. And I don't understand why. Like, why did they not have him mistrust her more? Like, she arrests Marrow in the next episode, and he just trusts her. And he shouldn't. I don't know. This is the part where it starts to get really sloppy. Ironwood's just so sloppily handled. It's also dumb that he, like, because his whole thing was that he wanted to shuttle as many people from Mantle up to Atlas to save them. And now suddenly he's like, Mantle, my nemesis, my big bad nemesis Mantle, I will destroy them. And he, like, sees them trying to shuttle people up to Atlas or whatever. And it's like, that was your plan. The writers just straight up forgot their own story. Like, they forgot what he was planning on doing, and they just act like we're supposed to accept that. Like, we're just supposed to pretend that, yeah, it's, oh, this is one of the songs I couldn't remember. I think this is Treasure. It's not good. No wonder I didn't bother remembering it. It's just, like, yeah, thank you, D space. Watts betrayed us. This implies he trusted him. Yeah! Like, what? One of the followers of Salem betrayed you? After you just beat him in prison and forced him to do things for you and threatened him and kept him imprisoned, and you didn't offer any incentives for him to, like, switch to your side or anything like that? Oh my god, I never saw that one coming, and he's so stupid he'll trust Watts, but he's sitting here, like, bombing the resources to Mantle for no good reason. It's just so goofy. It's so goofy. You can have him be a villain, but not have him do stupid things. Like how he, like, is like, I'm gonna bomb Mantle. I'm gonna take that giant nuke that didn't make it into the whale, and I'm gonna destroy all of Mantle. And it's like, that's stupid. Why? Like, it's not that, like, it's one thing if a character does bad things because we're supposed to not like them. That's fine. That's something that, like, CinemaSins bitches about all the time, you know? They'll sit there and have a sin be, this character was mean. And it's like, yes, but they're a villain. Like, this character did something that was mean. That's a CinemaSin. And it's like, no, that's characterization. You know, it's not bad when bad people do bad things that make you not like them. You're not supposed to like them. But the thing with Ironwood here isn't that he's doing bad things that makes me not like him because I'm not supposed to like them. It's that they actively go against the stuff he was talking about before. There was no shift in his mindset that makes him be like, I'm gonna bomb Mantle, because his original plan was to get as much of Mantle onto Atlas to save them so they could float away to safety. But now he's seemingly completely given up on his plans of safety. He's gonna bomb Mantle because, I don't know, because reasons, because we did too good a job making him sympathetic, and we don't know what to do with this character. We want him to be the villain, and we want you to not like him, but we have no actual ideas for him, and we're buffoons as writers, and we don't know what we're doing. And it's so goofy. It doesn't make sense. That's the thing that annoys me, is that it does not make sense. Like, from a writing standpoint. They just seemingly retconned their own volume within the volume. Like, it was 1 volume ago, right? It was 1 volume ago where we saw his initial plan with try to save as many people as he could, and and float everyone to safety. They even talk about it in this volume. And now suddenly we're just retconning things. They retcon things so much. They retcon so many things in this show. It's one of the biggest problems. Yeah, I am still streaming. I know. It's been a long one. I paused a lot during Ruby's message to the world. I'm almost there. Including this one that I'm on, I have 4 episodes left. I'm still here. 3 and I knew Volume 8 was gonna be a big one. I knew this was gonna be a whole day affair. Yeah, like, it just doesn't make sense. They just, and the worst thing is I could see the building blocks where they could make Ironwood a bad guy, and an irredeemable bad guy, too, without completely assassinating his character, and without completely retconning everything in their story. They could have done a lot of things, but they just don't. They instead just completely change their plot. They completely change their characters. They completely throw everything out the window. And they sit there and wonder why people were disappointed with Ironwood's turn of character. It's a lot of people will compare Ironwood to Adam. Here's the difference. Adam never got to be a character. Adam was a concept, and he lived and died, disappointingly, because he never got to live up to the idea of what his concept was supposed to represent. Right? But with Ironwood, he's been on screen. He's gotten tons of screen time, tons of development, tons of character, a bunch of screen time, especially in these last few volumes, and right at the very end, they throw it all out the window because, we need him to be our villain, because we can't just have Salem be the villain. No. We're trying to do our own version of fantasy anime Game of Thrones, and that one has a bunch of villains that aren't always aligned with each other, and we don't know when we bite off more than we can chew. So Ironwood also needs to be a villain. For some reason. And, okay, at the very beginning of stream, I mentioned how, I saw someone had a comment, and it was how, all the headmasters are men. And it's yeah, all the important people of the world, the 4 kingdoms, the 4 illustrious kingdoms, they're all run by men. Old men, at that. But also, we're doing this thing, Genocide General, we're doing this thing where Ozpin was filled with lies and half-truths, Lionheart betrayed us, and then Ironwood is also a villain, so it's what are we doing? Is Theodore gonna be a villain too? What a weird concept. Why are we doing this? Why did we do this? Salem's our bad guy. Why have every single headmasters of all of the schools also be bad guys? Why? I understand making there a bit more of a complexity to this interconnected web of your story, but why? Thank you again, Philip. Ruby potentially puts herself in danger with her message. If Salem promises to spare everyone if they give up Ruby, the last silver-eyed warrior, they might do it. That could be interesting. That could be a thing that they do, but they're not gonna do that because they made her Ruby Jesus, Remnant Jesus, their last message of hope, for being a silver-eyed warrior, and for constantly implying that's an important thing. Throughout the whole show, throughout the whole of the show, we've been implying that silver-eyed warriors are a thing, and how important they are. It's crazy how not important it is, especially for Ruby. No one hunts her down, specifically, because she's a silver-eyed warrior. They mentioned it, but they don't bother. Tyrion tried fighting her once, and then no one ever bothered trying doing it again. It's so not a problem. Yeah, more villains, but more villains aligned with because that's the thing. They find all these villains like Lionheart. Lionheart's a bad example. Ironwood is not aligned with them, but he's also against Salem. And if the whole message is we're all on the same side... Oh, but except for that guy. We're all on the same side except for Ironwood, because he said no. He said, no, it's not that easy. We're not doing your plan, because your plan's dumb. Thank you again, George. I remember reading a fanfic where Ruby had a big sister-like friendship with Kid Gohan. It was my favorite part of the story and made me wish I felt similarly to Yang and Ruby's relationship. What an amazing idea for a fanfic. They would. That'd be fun. That's cool. Thank you again, Albie. Ruby is written like What If Wizard of Oz, but evil. Yeah, it's also that. It's so, yes, it's so like simplistic. It's like, oh, is this headmaster also bad? Wow. You really had that one idea, and now you've repeated it ad nauseum. Ozpin was morally gray and bad, except we don't think we did that one good enough. So now here's Lionheart. He's morally gray and bad. Except we also feel like we didn't do that one very good as well. We kind of rushed that one. So here's Ironwood. He's morally gray and bad. And what are we going to do it again with Theodore? Like a fourth time with Theodore when we get to Vacuo? Really? I don't know. I have no idea. We'll see. I'm not going to hold my breath though. It really does feel like a lot of the show is stuck on repeat. A lot of the show is stuck on repeat. It screams of the writers had an idea and then they didn't like how they did it, so they just do it again and try to make it better this time. Like Penny's death, or talking about Pyrrha's statue. There's a lot of things that just feel like repeated ideas of things they already did, and I can't tell if it's because they want to try to do it again, but do it better this time, because they hear everyone's critiques and criticisms of how they handle things, and rather than try to grow as a writer, they try to just repeat that same thing and do it better now. But not always better. But also, I can't tell if they're doing it over and over again because they really like sticking because they like remembering the days where they were popular. That's really what I think it is. Remember when RWBY was really good and really big and popular, and they could go to Japan all the time because of how big and popular RWBY was, and they got all their special little goodies, and they got to hang out with voice actors they liked from Japan. They want that, so just keep referencing those things. Keep referencing Volume 3 as much as you can. Bring it back all the time. All the spin-off stuff takes place between Volumes 1 through 3, because that was when the show was really good and popular. And I can't, it's just that. The whole show is living as like a puppet of what it once was. A ghostly, haunted reminder of what the show used to be when it was good. Thank you. Thank you, D-Space. Who did RWBY expect to come help in less than a day? Vale that is full of Grimm, Mistral that has no huntsmen/students, and Vacuo that is miles away. Yeah, that's another thing. The buffoonery of her, her message, a message of hope. And it's like, and she sits here and throws her little pity party. That'll be in a couple of minutes here. She sits there and throws her little sad baby pity party because no one came to save us. What? It's been 3 minutes. Why isn't everyone here right now? And it's like, all those things you just said. Like, who is going to show up? You don't know what Theodore is going through right now. Theodore might be in the middle of his own Grimm invasion. And you don't know what Vale is going through, but the last time you saw it, it was covered in Grimm. And Haven just lost its headmaster, so it must be in the throes of something, you know? Like, what Menagerie's gonna show up? In their boats that takes like a month and a half to get there? Like... What did you expect, RWBY? No one showed up immediately. And I don't know if it's like a flaw on the writer's behalf that they didn't think about how no one would be showing up this quickly, or a flaw on RWBY's behalf that she expected people to show up that quickly. But it's dumb. It's goofy. It's goofy that we were meant to believe someone was going to be showing up at the end anyway. Thank you again, Mystic Orange. So Ironwood shoots Oscar. What if Ozpin hosted Ironwood's body? That would be interesting. But But you're supposed to melt with a like-minded soul. That's what they say. Like-minded souls. They don't explain what that means. I don't think him and Ironwood are like-minded souls, is the thing. I don't know if he can even choose who he goes into. Should I do a thing with maidens where you adopt some of the... No, I was gonna say do a maiden thing where you, like, kind of like how Ozpin is in your head when you're the next Ozpin. Do that with maidens. That could be neat, but nah. That's just more characters to add to the story. Ugh. Maybe I'll do a thing where maidens look more cool than just the glowy eyes. Because we could do something more than that. Like Kaiser recommended, like, big tattoos, and I'm like, that seems like more fun. Something more obviously, like, you are a maiden on your body somewhere. And this is so... Okay, so I like seeing RWBY, like, being sad for a second, because she's always been this cheerleader. This leads into her, like, depression arc very well for next volume. It's nice to see her show some depth, finally. But this seems like such a childish temper tantrum to be upset about. Everyone didn't come and save us right away. Yeah. Of course. Think you'll get not all that evil. Especially since RWBY never actually used anyone. Come help on the message. In fact, said Atlas might have already fallen. Yes, I understand what you're saying. As you're saying, because she asked for, like, Vale. She said, she called out Glinda and Vale, and Theodore in Vacuo. And she's like, maybe, yeah, autocorrect really, really did a number on you, not all that evil. But like she called them out specifically, and she's like, maybe they can help. But those are the two weirdest ones to call out, because, like we just established, Vacuo's super far away. How are they gonna get there that quickly? Do they have fucking, like, teleportals? Can they fly at Mach speeds? And Vale is still under attack from Grimm. So those are the only two she called out, and those are the two that are least likely to be helpful. Menagerie would probably be more helpful. Haven was the best option, because it's closest, and they have, like, they're not in dire straits, like how Vale is. Weird choices. Yeah, we need help. Never said how much help. Yeah. I thank you again, George. You mentioning past maidens being able to speak to the inheritors of their powers reminded me of how Nail, and Kami spoke with Piccolo in DBZ Abridged. Yeah, that was great. I liked that. That was a fun plot point. I liked that you needed both earbuds in, because one was one ear and the other was the other. That was fun. It's a cool idea, but it's also just, like, having a just all these characters lingering around might be too convoluted after a while. Why didn't they try this from the beginning? Oh, what's the solution? Have the healer heal her? Really? No one threw that idea out there? Hey, the boy who heals. Could you try to heal her? No one threw that one out there. Yeah, you have an aura, a soul, because she's a real girl. She's not a machine. She has the maiden powers because she is a real girl, and we're gonna throw all that beautiful symbolism into the trash can because we need to make her an actually, for realsies, real girl. Oh, are you ready for the dumbest moment ever? As Emerald is like, I'm ready to be your friends. I switched sides. Using those words, switched sides. She hasn't actually done anything to redeem herself. Like, yeah, she stopped Penny from flying away, but everyone was doing that. I don't know why they're all buddy-buddy with her immediately. She's still the girl who helped kill Penny the first time. She helped with the fall of Beacon. She's the one who made Yang break Mercury's leg. we can't just, like, if she's ready to befriend them, that's one thing, but why would they want to befriend her? She has to do more than help with one simple task, you know? Why? Is this about Alex? This moment right here? I just don't understand why they didn't. They should have told us the story of the Ever After long before we actually got Volume 9. Yeah, where's Mercury? He left with Tyrion back in, like, episode 7 or something. like an hour and a half ago. He and Tyrion left to go to Vacuo, to get, like, a head start on the Vacuo plot. So they just exited themselves for no reason. I don't know why it was those two. They just did. And they're off in Vacuo right now. That's the last we've seen of them. Thank you again, Alvy. Nice message, Penny, but the showrunners really want to animate your feet. Yes. Oh, I've talked about it at length, about how disappointing I am that the way they handle her humanizing transformation is so boring. Vacuo, the desert. The last kingdom they haven't been to yet. That's where Mercury is. So yeah, like, with Penny's human transformation, it's like, we could do anything. Anything with her. We could make her look like anything. And they did nothing, but they gave her feet. That's it. That's all they did. And some people were like, no, the power button's different. And her ribbon isn't metal. And I'm like, that's not enough. Making her human should have been such a big moment. And no, it's not. It wasn't. We'll just throw that one out the window. Ugh. Oh, I hate this episode. This is where it really starts going downhill. Because it's not only... Oh my god. It's not only how they turn Penny into a real girl because they're not creative and they're lame, and they ruin the beautiful simplicity of their symbolic message about her being real as she is. And they're not even creative with their transformation into her being a real girl either. I mean, they weren't even creative with her, like, redesign. Like, she came back, she's alive again, but now she has longer hair and bigger boobs. Why? Did she ask for that? Did Pietro decide on that? Who decided why with the longer hair? Why did she want that? I think it would have been much funner if she looked a lot more like Ruby. If she had even shorter hair. If her hair had a fade in it. If she took the inspiration from the people who were closest to her when she was alive the first time. And lean into that idea with her redesign. Because it would imply the lengths their friendship has gone. But no, they just gave her longer hair because, oh, time has passed, so longer hair. Everyone hated your review of this episode? Did they? I think a lot of people liked it. I liked it. I was dying. Okay, so that's another thing. Is, oh my god, this fight is dumb and poorly done. I've talked about it before in a video. It's short and ugly, and everyone's tactics are dumb and ugly looking. And Ironwood, who was a big, cool badass, is suddenly this oaf who can't land a hit and attacks people one at a time like an idiot. And it's a very disappointing, lame way to conclude this character. Like, yeah, Winter's big finisher move is flashy, but it's not enough to really be the thing to, like, emphasize the downfall of this character. And then later, we're fighting her again, him again, and Winter struggles with him, and it's like, you handled him easily the first time, just do it the second time. Do that big flashy finisher move again, if you could do it so easily. Yeah, within a minute, the fight's over. It's so lame. And then also we go back to them in their planning stages, which it's dumb to like structure the plan this way. It just interrupts the pacing of the finale. And it's just, oh, by the way, let me just like info dump a bunch of crap about the staff. Here's Ambrosius, this is what he does, here's how this works, here's what this is. And it's like, okay, we couldn't have talked about any of this before now? At all? You know? We couldn't have established what Ambrosius is. Like, it feels like they're pulling it out of their ass. It feels like a Deus Ex Machina when they just suddenly talk about it out of nowhere. Suddenly establish what it can do out of nowhere. And they just go in and get it easily. So easily. They just floop on over and grab the staff instantly. It's like, why didn't we do this before now? There's no security in the vault. There's nothing. There's nothing. We could just fly in and grab it. Easy peasy. They also ruined the coolness of Jin. So Jin is the genie in the lamp. That makes sense. Ambrosius is just also a genie, and it ruins the smartness of Jin being the genie in the lamp, because he's just also a genie but in a staff now, because they had no ideas what to do with him, I'm guessing. There is nothing you can say to me that would make me believe that they had actually had an idea of what the relics do before the moment it becomes necessary. I think this conversation is the moment they figured out what the Staff of Creation actually does. Because Ambrosius, as much as I like Ambrosius, he's fun, I like his personality, he didn't need to exist. Why did we have the genie in the lamp just to have another genie? Is there genies in the others? Is there other genies in the others? What does the tiara of choice do, even? What does it do? What does the sword of destruction do? What do they do? Why? How can we be? The show is on the brink of collapse. We don't know if there will be a 10th volume. We don't know. It could be dying. They knew that. They knew they were struggling when they were making volume 9. And we still, to this day, don't know what half of the relics even do. Half of the plot MacGuffins. It's been a decade. It's been a decade. The show has existed for 10 years. There are only 4 relics. We learned about them in the 4th season. And still, 10 years in, we don't know what half of them do? Really? Why? Like we don't need to see all 4 of them right away, but should we not have an idea of what they are capable of doing? Why make magical items to be magical MacGuffins just for the characters to not use them? Like no one uses them. Jin is completely pointless now, because we've used all the questions for her. The staff is basically pointless. Why have these giant, awesome god relics when the things they can do barely even function? He creates one thing and he has to stop creating the other thing. That beats the point of creation. That's dumb. That's silly. What, what's the point of having creation be your superpower if you can't keep your creations around? Why can Jin only answer 3 questions every 100 years? That beats the point of knowledge. That's not knowledge. That's pedantry. Why introduce these awesome god relics? These are god relics. These are gems created from the gods themselves that are the fundamental pillars to society as a whole. And they are so pointless. They're so dumb. They don't do anything. Okay, thank you, George, again. I don't want to give too much away, but elements I'm introducing in my story help hammer home that Penny is a real girl despite not being organic. Good. I'm excited. I'm excited. There's a lot you can do. Penny is such a beautiful story, and this just really ruins it. It's such a shame. It just leaves such a bad taste in my mouth, how they just ruin the beauty of Penny's story. You know, it's so asinine. I need water. My rant, really. I'm dehydrated. Like, comment, and subscribe. Also, it's so dumb that they introduced this idea of Ambrosius needs... Yes, Ambrosius is very hot. You're correct, Azure Moon. Yes. Yeah, it's dumb that they introduced this plot point of Ambrosius can only create things, but he needs, like, a blueprint for it. So, is the interesting conflict, you know, those things that stories are usually built around, is the interesting conflict figuring out the blueprint for Ambrosius? No, we're gonna skip it. We're gonna skip that part. We just have the answer. We're gonna pull it out of Weiss's literal ass, have it in her pocket, and just pull up these blueprints that are so hard to even see on screen that reading them is damn near impossible. So we can't even double check how extra super smart Team RWBY is with their answers already in the pockets that they have. It's so silly. It's dumb. Why would you do that? Like they introduce this conflict and immediately have the solution. That's not the point of conflicts. Is that not the interesting part of conflicts? Like, imagine if in Hunter x Hunter, I've only seen the first 3 episodes, but a lot of it is like problem solving conflicts and stuff. Like, imagine if in Hunter x Hunter they get to that, like, the monster people who they need to solve the problem that the family disguising themselves as people were also part of the monster family. And imagine if there was no chase scene, there was no mini fight scene, Leorio didn't need to worry about healing them. Imagine if it was instantly just like, oh, well, they're the monsters. It's over. Like imagine any scenario where a character is presented with a conundrum to solve, and they just instantly solve it. There is no problem. They just have the answer right away. Is that not super boring? Thank you again, Albie. I'm so glad that RWBY can just decide to sink Atlas. Yeah, okay. Oh my god. Oh, that whole can of worms right there. Oh, Ironwood wants to float Atlas to safety. Well, what if instead we killed everybody? And I know they don't kill everybody, but it's like, what if we just destroy Atlas instead? What if, I know Ironwood wanted to bomb Mantle, but what if we instead not only crashed Atlas back to Earth, but in doing so also destroyed Mantle? RWBY did more damage than Salem ever did. Infinite more damage. Anyone else's plan. Salem she didn't really care about destroying Atlas or Mantle. She just wants the staff. If you could just lob it at her, she would have left. You know, she doesn't actually care. Ironwood wanted to save everybody. Oh, well, Atlas is already flying. We'll use Atlas to float away to safety as far as we can. You know, oh, Mantle's gonna get destroyed? That sucks. But as something Robin says, she might have even said it already, what is the kingdom? The people or the chunk of land that they're on? Yeah, the people. Get everyone up onto Atlas and fly away. Go to safety. It doesn't matter if the land's destroyed. We can just take everybody and go. But you know what RWBY's solution was? Ruin all of it. Destroy all of Atlas and Mantle. Destroy Weiss's home in every single regard. Oh, your Schnee Manor? It's dead. It's gone. It's under rubble and snow and flood and fuck you. and Weiss sits there and is sad, and she's like, oh, my home is ruined now. And it's like, oh, you're gonna tell RWBY that? The person who ruined it for you? The person who sank your home? Who sank a bunch of people's homes? Not just Atlas, but also Mantle. It's all ruined. All of those dust mines? Gone. Can't get back to them. They're gone. Sorry. Anyone's prosthetics? You better hope Maria's eyes don't need fixing anytime soon, because it's gone. It's gone forever. Because Team RWBY decided to destroy it. Because This was their big special solution, and their solution is stupid, and I can't wait to see how the writers are gonna write their way out of, insisting this one was a good idea. Everyone goes to Vacuo. We never explained why. We didn't have a reason behind this. We can have Oscar sit there and babble out a dumb exposition about how the staff works, but we can't have a moment where the characters explain why they're going to Vacuo specifically. Other than, it's the kingdom we haven't been to yet. And it could be easy. They could just it'd be so stupidly easy. Have Emerald say, Tyrion and Mercury are on their way to Vacuo. We need to get there so we can protect them. Yes. Yes, we can. That would be so easy. That would be so simple. But why bring every single civilian there? Every single civilian to just Vacuo? Just Vacuo. Not even, I know Vale is, being overrun with Grimm or whatever, but, Haven is fine. It doesn't have a headmaster, but there's plenty of room there. What about Patch? Patch seemed pretty good when we saw Raven fly in with Ty at that point. That seemed pretty good. What about, I don't know, Menagerie? Menagerie seemed pretty good. Why everyone into just Vacuo? Why just Vacuo? And they're gonna have to have, an excuse to be like, no, this was a good decision. We meant to do this. It wasn't dumb. There's no bigger effects to this conundrum. Yeah, Haven, who has a whole-ass empty academy. Yes, it's so empty. It's the most empty. Why Vacuo? Vacuo is, notorious for being the hardest place to live. It's a desert with a bunch of crazy monsters. It's the only thing we know about Vacuo is that it's very hard to live there, because it's a lot of harsh environments and harsh monsters. The whole thing with that world of Remnant is, everyone was more chill with the Faunus in Vacuo, because you can't afford to be racist when, we have so much danger constantly around us. And it's okay, that makes sense. Why send a bunch of civilians there who can't Yeah, Menagerie's really crowded. You can't see how crowded it is. Can't you see how crowded it is, as there's giant gaps of emptiness for people? If we're gonna send people to really dangerous deserts, there's apparently a big-ass desert on Menagerie they could go to. That's the thing with Volume 8. It's just, it gets so bad. The second half is so awful. Hey, I stopped getting ads. Did you guys notice that? I haven't gotten ads for the last couple of episodes. I wonder if the ad gods heard me and stopped putting ads on the episodes. Thank you, Ranger. 2-part super chat. Oh, I'm excited. RWBY in Atlas managed to destroy an entire kingdom, cause a massive refugee crisis. Yes. Yes, they did. Things that Ironwood specifically had safety nets in place to try to avoid that from happening. It's not good. It's not a good scenario when if you're gonna have a thing with war and conflicts and refugees and stuff, you have to handle it really delicately. And what a surprise, the buffoons at Rooster Teeth don't know how to do that. I try not to shit on the writers too much, because I know writing's hard, but also, I don't know, you're getting paid to do this, you'd think you'd be better at it. All 4 of you, and this is what you came up with? And then second part, worsen dust embargo by destroying the main source of mining and production of dust, and causing massive energy crisis. And Salem is the villain. Yeah. What has Salem done? Beacon fell. Sure, Beacon fell. But that's just Beacon. Surely if enough huntsmen went there, they could stop the Grimm to a degree. I would assume by this point. It's been how many years in universe? Enough Grimm could have been handled to, rebuild or something? There's so many was that not the point of making the huntsman schools, so that a bunch of people would be there to help protect the schools? right? Like, but yeah, Beacon fell. But the people lived for the majority of it. Like, the school was destroyed, but a lot of people lived. The ground still exists. Tide dust. Yes. The dust for cleaning. Yeah, it's still around. It still exists. This Atlas, it's gone. It is destroyed. And as it fell, it completely destroyed Mantle too. It's all completely ruined. It's so it's so crazy. And that's a win. That's our message of hope. Remember her message right before she completely destroyed two kingdoms? Because they're counted as two different kingdoms, Atlas and Mantle. Remember her message. Don't panic. Everything's really bad. Oh, and guess what? It's all destroyed. But don't panic. You know what's crazy? When I was going through trying to find everyone's last words for that video, it's crazy how, lame a lot of them are. Like, that's Nora's last line, is everyone go down there and look for an exit. That was the last thing we had Nora say? Really? God, this sequence of events is dumb. The animation quality also plummets. They do this thing with Cinder's face, where she looks angry with her eyebrows, but she's smiling, and try to do that with your face right now. Furrow your eyebrows like you're mad, but smile really wide. And you're gonna feel your face feeling achy, because people don't do that. People don't look angry while they smile. So having her fly in, finally, the fight between Cinder and Ruby, we've been waiting for this for years. She's had her hate boner for Ruby for so long, she wants to kill her. Aw, this is gonna be so exciting. Nope, we're gonna interrupt that and jump to explaining how she's here, because we couldn't have had this happen anytime before right now. And because that's a great idea. Pacing? Fuck you. Interrupting our own story because we have no time, budget, or animation to do. I also hate, so Cinder, like, asks Jin her question, and Jin looks sad. And it's like, Jin shouldn't care. Jin has no sides in this war. She shouldn't have an emotion to seeing Cinder wanting to enact revenge. But oh well, Jin really liked those kids. And I just think it's goofy. It's just a goofy thing. And now Jin is completely useless, because this is the last question, so it's not even worth anything anymore anyway. But we gotta get rid of that, because we introduced all these cool, awesome god powers, but then we realize they're overpowered, so we have to find a way to, like, get rid of it right away. Like Oscar's really cool Mega Blast moment with the whale. It's like, oh, that was amazing! That was a really big, cool blast! You destroyed this entire whale! Oh, I can't do it again. I had all this built-up kinetic energy, and it's gone now. I didn't mention it before. But now that I've used it, I can't do that again, because it's all gone. Sorry. We just needed to introduce this out of nowhere to, like, write us out of a plot hole we put ourselves in. But then we immediately need to get rid of it, because it'd be too OP and we wouldn't have a story. Thank you, Mystic Orange. They could have gone wherever Salem lives, IDK. Yeah, like, where does she live? In a world where, like, airships were common. They are common. You can fly across the world pretty easily, I imagine. No one noticed the, like, bubbling Grim mountain with a castle or anything? Where does she live? Why doesn't anyone go there? Like civilians. Like on accident. Right? Right? It's so weird. It's weird. I don't know, man. Yeah, she finds Ruby to be clever, right. Yeah, these last two episodes are so buffoonishly written. They're so bad. You can just tell the writers don't know what they're doing. They just don't understand, like, pacing. This is it. This is her, Robin saying her thing. And that's the last thing Robin says. And Marrow's last word is just yelling no. It's weird how much they take up the ending of this volume, and yet they don't do anything. Right? Oh yeah, Colleen Clickenbeard voices Jin. Yeah, she was in it earlier. She had lines earlier. Like, it's just weird. Wait, why interrupt? It's the fight with Cinder and Ruby. We've been waiting for this for forever. Literally, the main villain and the main heroes all together are gonna fight. That's cool. They've never gotten to fight a maiden before, because someone else was always there to fight Cinder instead. I can't wait. Oh, but instead, the Aesops. The Ace Flops, with their stupid, Power of Friendship plotline. We have to go to that instead. Oh, did you think we were going back to RWBY? Nope, we gotta go back to Ironwood. The failed character assassination, Ironwood. We have to have him kill Jacques, because we can't have Weiss have a character closure moment. Or Winter. Or Willow. Or Whitley. They can't do some final moment with Jacques, get their final act of revenge against him. No. Ironwood has to get that. Because we need to make Jacques a victim in the end. We need to, at the very end, make you feel bad that Jacques died. Because, I don't know, we cared too much about making Ironwood a bad guy. That we accidentally unbad guyed one of our pre-existing bad guys. The one that slapped his daughter in the face. You're gonna sit here and feel sad for him because Ironwood's just such a bad guy now. This is another big flashy lights moment. If you have sensitivity to flashing lights, look away. So we passed when John suggested the reckless idea was that was executed by Team RWBY? Yes! His whole, breakdown in Volume 9 is so dumb, because it's are you not here with them? Are you not right here on board with them? Finally, we get back to RWBY. Fight. Oh, it's over. Never mind. We got a monologue now. We have to have Cinder sputter out her dumb monologue. Because it's dumb. No one move! Don't anyone attack her! Just sit there and point your weapons at her. Just stare at her like fucking idiots, like brain-dead morons as you listen to her monologue. No one stop her, at all. You just cocked your weapon, but don't stop her. Oh, you noticed Neo? Don't attack Neo. Push RWBY. Don't punch Neo. Try to push RWBY. Oh, and you have no aura now for no good reason? Make sure no one step up and move. You all can fly, but don't move. RWBY has fucking super speed, but don't move. Just sit there with your thumb up your ass like a fucking idiot and watch as your sister falls and you do jack shit about it. Now, they tried to retcon this in the beginning of Volume 9 to make it look faster, but all they did was make it look uglier, and it still doesn't excuse anything because she still has super speed. It's so stupid. And then Blake gets to scream and cry, wham, my girlfriend. Oh, but RWBY doesn't get to care about her sister because the writers don't know what they're doing, and the slow-mo made it worse. The slow-mo made it so much worse and so more obviously ugly, and RWBY doesn't get to react at all. But good thing Blake gets to sit there and scream and cry. Did you buy our latest Bumblebee merch? Buy our Bumblebee merch. We don't have any RWBY and Yang's sister merch options because we don't care about you. We want to use the ship to keep our show alive because we're taking advantage of those people that really liked this ship because they're a very vocal part of our fandom. So we're going to take advantage of that and just bait that constantly because we want your money. We don't care about the show or the characters. If we did, RWBY would react to our own sister's death. We just care about getting money off of you. Have Blake cry because her poor little girlfriend, but RWBY can't do anything. She tears up in one scene, and it's so impossible to see. It's when she's fighting Neo in the next episode, by the way. She's fighting Neo in the next episode, and she's throwing Crescent Rose, and it looks really ugly. Also, Weiss, ice skating up that ramp is very ugly looking. She looks like she's pooping her pants. They have this ugly, wide stance, and it's so gross. It's because her dress is so butt ugly. Anyway, RWBY does tear up for 3 frames in the next episode. 1, you can't see it because it's the same color as her skin tone because she's so pale. So the tears are impossible to notice. 2, it's immediately gone. She tears up for 3 seconds and then it's over. It doesn't even do anything. Thank you, Mercury Black. Thank you, Mercury. why did they leave his weapon next to the cell again? Why did they do that? I didn't even realize. I'm already too angry. You can't give me more fuel. Why did they do that? Why did they leave his weapon right there? Take it with you. Why did they leave it there for him? That's so dumb. That's so too convenient. Like, if he, like, picked up, like, a dead robot arm and, like, used that instead, that'd be something. But no. This is dumb. This is stupid. I hate this stupid volume. Thank you, Sora. I remember thinking Vacua was the dragon continent and Vale was the only kingdom of Sanus. Oh, is that, like, the name of the continent? I don't know those ones. I didn't bother. I thought that before I saw where the kingdoms really were. Before you saw where the kingdoms really were. I also thought the dragon-shaped one was one of them. But no. Yeah, it's, like, despite showing us that map of the 4 kingdoms at the very beginning, they don't actually, like, show you which kingdom is which, unless you watch, like, a World of Remnant. Which I think was a mistake, given how important the kingdoms are in this story. My rant was too much. I blacked out for a second there. I didn't realize where we're at. It's just so dumb. It's so goofy. I don't know how the writers can be proud of this. I don't know how they can sit there and pretend to be proud of this. If I was a writer, I would beg and beg to have my name scrubbed off of this episode. It's so much. It's so goofy. I don't care about the Aesops. Oh, we're gonna cut back to the Aesops? The majority of this episode is the stupid Aesops. Like, not Yang falling, not Team RWBY, the main characters, presumably dying and fighting one of their main villains for the entire show. No. These background loser nobodies, who we got introduced to last volume, have had no screen time. No one cares. And one of them is gonna die. Oh boy, I definitely care about Vine with all 5 of his lines of dialogue. but, like, and the worst thing is, like, we're doing this whole thing with, like, the death of a country, you know, the Atlas is falling, we're trying to save civilians, war, and stuff like that. Death of family members, presumed death of family members, Penny's second death, and in the middle of that all, we're sprinkling in this plot point of Harriet learns she really does have friends. That, okay, we're just gonna sprinkle in like a Blue's Clues, like a Bluey plotline in the middle of this, like, war finale. Oh, Penny's death? No. Harriet learns the power of friendship. And it's like, why did we dedicate, and we dedicate so much time to it too. Like, they take a lot of screen time. The Aesops with their bullshittery. and like, we could have used that time, animation, budget, effort, any of it, towards, like, I don't know, the real characters. These ones. Juniper. In the Vacuo Desert. Team RWBY. Fighting Cinder. I had to come to it took me a long time to accept that Team Juniper are, in fact, also main characters. That's fine. But the moment I came to accept that, they immediately was like, oh, actually, also, Winter and Penny are main characters. Oh, also on top of that, the Aesops and Robin, they're main characters too. And it's like, stop dragging our attention away from the main characters to instead focus on these random side character nobodies. Like, Winter and Penny, they're the ones getting the finale. None of the 8 main characters of RWBY and Juniper, Winter and Penny. Oh, you know what it is? Aesops. Those losers. The ones that have had, like, no lines of dialogue. Ever. I haven't watched Bluey. I've heard it's very good. Everything I've seen from it looks very good. But I know it's a kid's show. They handle topics like learn to share, the value of friendship, things like that. They don't tackle the concept of war, like RWBY is trying to do here. Thank you, Ranger. Thank you again, Ranger. You've been so nice today. I was away when the army was about to face the Grim from the whale, and I would have had the same kind of rant that you had regarding Ruby's message, because the way they stood was them begging to die. Yes. So much yes. Ugh. Ugh, there's so many. Okay, so, like, RWBY can have, like, weird, dumb, goofy mistakes. It's filled with those things. Weird, dumb, goofy, stupid little things that don't make sense. But Volume 8 truly is the culmination of every bad decision they've ever made, and it tips so far into, like, unforgivable territory. Like, it's one thing to, like, make goofs, to make dumbs, to make things that are not bad, but it's, like, so much of this is bad. And they dedicate so much screen time to these goofy bad things that don't make sense, that aren't the point of the story. No, I don't care about Ironwood fighting Winter. He's a poorly handled character, and it's bad. No, I don't care about the Aesops and Harriet learning about her friends. I care about RWBY fighting Cinder. I care about Juniper in Vacuo, and they throw all that away to focus on their side characters because I don't know, because they're bored of their main characters, I guess. Thank you again, Albie. Albie, you've been so nice today too. You're so nice. Knowing that Volume 10 had to follow up from this makes me almost glad the series is basically canned. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, do I want the story to end? Yes. I would love the story to end. I want to see how it ends. But also, this was bad. And Volume 9 did nothing to, like, make this better. Like, and Volume 10 is gonna have to pick up, and I know for a fact they'll overcomplicate it. They'll make it weird and over the top. They'll do something. They'll add, like, some other extra villain that we don't need. Some other outside force. Team RWBY's gonna get shuttled off screen in service of these new random side characters that I don't care about. Aesops again, you know, anything. It's gonna not be good, and that's the problem. If RWBY handle it, because we've seen it. Oh, time and time again. They do it every single time. If someone else handled it, then they have a whole can of worms they have to try to fix. This moment's so dumb. Like she's like he jumps up to stop the bomb from falling, and she doesn't, like, kick him or punch him or stop him. She just stands there like a toddler and screams, "Get out of the way!" It's so goofy. It's so goofy. Not only is it a dumb plot point with dumb characters I don't care about, but the way they handle it is silly as hell. I want to do my job, but we're your friends, Harriet. It's so dumb. This feels like a parody. Thank you, D-Space. Thank you, D-Space. Funky CL would have been better than the Aesops. Yes, 100%. Like, that's another thing. Like, the Aesops, characters I don't know or care about. If you wanted me to care, make them characters we've already met before. This show is 10 damn years old. Start reusing characters. It's again that thing I was talking about with Avatar. Like, fundamentally not understanding Avatar. I feel like they think Avatar has a lot of characters in it because good shows have a lot of characters in it. But they don't understand that the many characters in Avatar are usually one-off side characters. Like the hippies for the Traveling Through the Cave of Two Lovers episode. They're hilarious. Did we need the hippies to come back? No. But they're in that episode for the sake of some comedic purpose. They give the gang some information we might not have known, and they hang out with Sokka and give him something to do with his half of that story. And then you can say that for all kinds of different like the pirates that they fight in the episode where they steal the waterbending scroll. Did they need to come back? No, but they were an interesting threat to handle for that one episode. The fortune teller, did she need to come back? No. They serve a purpose for the one episode they're in, and Team RWBY, like the people writing RWBY, seem to think more characters is better, but they don't do anything with them. Like the hippies I just mentioned for that one secret tunnel of Avatar have infinitely more personality and character than all of the Aesops, despite only being in one episode. And the Aesops exist for over 2. Some of them will continue to live into future volumes. And they're nothing. They are nothing characters. I feel nothing about watching Vine die. He died, he sacrificed himself to save an empty city. Everyone's gone. No one is in this city. No, because everyone's inside of the teleportals doing Ambrosius's thing. He died for nothing. And on top of that, RWBY then drops Atlas onto Mantle. That bomb was going to destroy Mantle, then he sacrificed himself to save it, and then RWBY destroyed it anyway. It was such a pointless fucking death. And if I was Harriet, I would want to kill RWBY. If Harriet doesn't become a villain, I will be baffled. Because Vine killed himself to save Mantle. And RWBY, at the same time as all of that, actively let all of Mantle get destroyed anyway. What a waste of a character. They could have just let the bomb fall and nothing would have changed. And he could have lived. But they didn't know that because they're over there actually trying to save the city. Doing that thing that Team RWBY have been sitting there bitching about this entire time. And they didn't get to know about this teleportal plan. They have no idea what's happening. No one radioed them in to let them know what's going on. So they're just doing nothing. They're doing pointless, stupid things that are so unconnected to the plot because they don't even know what's going on, that they make stupid sacrifices that are completely pointless because they are so unrelated to the plot going on right now. It's like, and we wasted the majority of our final 2 episodes on that plot point. On Vine sacrificing himself. On the Aesops with Harriet learning about friendship and Vine sacrificing himself. That was the majority of last episode, and a huge chunk of this one was dedicated to that plot point, and it was so completely pointless, because they destroyed Mantle anyway. A dumb show. It's very poorly made. I can't picture any other show where they would have an entire huge chunk of the finale being dedicated to a completely pointless sacrifice of a background character. But then are we going to still have Remember Her message? Are the Aesops going to be on board with that message? The message that got Vine killed unnecessarily? Are they going to be all on board with RWBY's message? Is Elm not going to be pissed off that Vine died for nothing? Because as he was blowing up, sacrificing himself to save them from that bomb, Atlas was already falling because they just had to make Penny a real girl. Whatever. It's so dumb. This scene's stupid as well. I'm so filled with hate. He's the healer. She's not even badly wounded. Weiss was stabbed all the way through. And she lived. And yeah, Penny might not have as strong of aura because she's a newly made flesh human. But he could heal you. And I understand the idea of, having it be her decision. But why didn't they do that from the beginning? If it was her decision to die, why not have her die before they made her into a human girl? And it's dumb that it's Jean. Jean's never talked to Penny before. Why make it Jean? It just had to be Miles' special little self-insert character. He's not a self-insert. But is he? I don't know. He does so much crap. He's always on screen. Of course, it's Jean that has to sacrifice Penny. So then Miles can have his little turmoil arc next time. Because he always has to have something going on. Because he's a big old baby. The special little princess. And who gets to be the new maiden? Oh, that's right. It's Penny's bestest friend, Winter. You remember Winter? Remember when they talked to each other once last volume? And that was the only time they interacted? That was great. They talked once at the end of volume 7, and then they immediately were opposed to each other because Winter was staying loyal to Ironwood and Penny wasn't. And then they didn't interact with each other throughout the entirety of this volume, which is why Winter is in her Volume 7 outfit, because Penny wouldn't recognize her in her Volume 8 one, because she hasn't seen her literally this entire volume. It's gotta be Winter, because it was gonna be that before. So this whole Penny being the maiden was a pointless setback. that added nothing in the long run, other than a character who was already dead is now dead again. Great stuff. Good storytelling. Really awesome. She even offered it to RWBY. What a liar bitch. You offered it to RWBY. Why Winter? They're not friends. They were not good enough friends for that to mean anything. Penny has only ever existed within the sphere of, like, being RWBY's friend. She's only talked to RWBY. RWBY's only talked to her. No one else has engaged with Penny this entire time she's been on screen. It's goofy that she gave it to Winter. It just makes it feel like Winter was always supposed to have it, and it was all pointless. Thank you again, Ranger. Critter, Weiss was skewered, not stabbed. There's a difference, you're right. You are correct. I got my slashing vernacular wrong. Might be. Yeah, it's just, it's goofy. It's all goofy. Yeah, they sank Atlas to show Penny's feet. It's so dumb. She had all her other clothes on. She was wearing stockings. Why didn't she get to keep her pants? Or her shoes? Why didn't he make shoes for her? But yeah, they talked for 10 whole minutes. It should have gone to RWBY. But no, it has to go to Winter because that's her name. Her name's Winter, and she's the Winter Maiden. Yeah, where did it go? Don't worry, Cinder. Here's Winter to answer your question. I was so like, aha. And now she won't know who got the powers. And then, nope, never mind. I'm your target. Target me now, specifically me. I know you're, like, hunting down maidens for their power, so let me tell you who you're hunting down. It's me, Winter Schnee, famous girl, Winter Schnee. Thank you again, Seacants. Critter, don't you have a dinner or something? Oh, a diner or a dinner? Are you asking me if it's time for dinner? It's not time for dinner yet. No. It's, still pretty early for me. It's not that bad. I'll probably eat dinner in like 4 hours from now. Something like that. Ish. Yeah. Goofy. It's a 4.5 hour long stream. Jeez Louise. I knew this was a long one. It's because it's 14. It's the same with stupid Volume 5. And I paused during RWBY's stupid message. Tomorrow it'll be a much shorter one, because there's only 10 episodes in Volume 9. But then we'll have the epilogue to go through as well. I don't know how long that one is, and I feel like the epilogue might take a while to cover. We'll see. Yeah, this is it. They all fell. They can't go back. Are you excited to see how this plot point gets wrapped up? How are they going to solve their way out of this one? Don't worry, you won't get to see it. Because, we're just going to skip that. Why Jean? Why did Jean have to fall? Because he's the main character. Because Miles needs to voice act more. Because he's really good at screaming and crying. So, he has to do his voice acting some more. Because no one else is hiring him for his voice acting. Epilogue is 15 minutes? Cool. Okay, so it's about the length it's about the length of a normal episode. Is that it? Wow. No, it's not it. It's almost it. Yeah. So, that's basically it. This is basically the end of Volume 8. I knew it was going to be a tough one. The first half is so good, but damn. Golly gee. Those last 2 episodes, those last 3 episodes especially, are so bad. It's so bad. There's so many dumb decisions. It's awful. It's honestly mind-blowing how awful they are. Anyway, while Cinder babbles, yeah, tomorrow, same time, 11 a.m. PST, Pacific Standard Time, we'll be watching Volume 9, including the new epilogue that came out. And then also on Tuesday, Team Jacked is going to be reacting to it as well, so that'll be exciting. And then I'm gonna wait to see what their release schedule is for their other RWBY content, because they haven't announced it yet. Because they announced those things, even though they haven't announced what they actually are or their schedule or anything, because they're just very good at making money. Oh, buy our product. When does it come out? We're not telling. When can you watch our show? I don't know. We haven't figured it out yet. Yeah. So, well, once we figure that out, we'll be watching RWBY Beyond. When we'll be watching them, we'll figure out the schedule so we can watch them all together. And then, oh yeah, is that the Glass Unicorn? No. Yep, that sacrifice was for nothing. Look at them. Look at them being sad. That vine died for nothing. Cool. Cool stuff. Great. You did great, RWBY. Good job, RWBY. The heroes we deserved. Yippee. Yippee yahoo. So yeah, once we figure out when RWBY Beyond's coming out, I'll figure out a stream schedule, and we'll watch it together, and it'll be great. Do you know what time Jacked is watching the season? I probably won't be able to catch Monday stream. Oh, they're not watching the season, they're just watching the epilogue. No. It's the same time Jacked is usually doing. It's gonna be this Tuesday. Whatever time we usually start streams. I never remember. Because fun fact, I am very bad with numbers. I am very, very bad with numbers. I don't remember. But the time Team Jack streams usually start, if you can remember that. Thank you again, Juan, just because I like how you pronounced my name. Aw. Am I pronouncing it wrong? Is it not Juan? It is Juan, right? I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Juan. I wanted to, message you to double check, but I didn't know how to pronounce it in text form. That didn't sound stupid, you know? I appreciate you. You're really cool. Did Ciel die? Who knows? She might have died a long time ago. Maybe she died in Volume 5. We'll never know. So yeah, that was Volume 8. It was It is, thank God. I worry about that so much. I worry about the way I pronounce people's names constantly. Because, too many substitute teachers in my life pronouncing everybody's names wrong. This was a fun stream. I'm glad it was. I really blacked out at the end there. I went full anger mode. I didn't see. I just felt. I need more water. I know that much. Like, comment, and subscribe. With more water. Thank you, RedCarp98. Wow, thank you. I'm on the missing the entire stream grind set. Oh no. It was almost 5 hours long. So, it'll give you something to listen to. When you, do art or something. Do the dishes. Go to work. Doing something. Thank you, the greater something. The greater something. Remember the Glass Unicorn cameo at the end there? Yeah, I was looking. I think I saw it. It's a little hard to tell. I'm pretty sure I saw it. I'll go back and I'll double check for, extra jerseys. After I've calmed down a little. So yeah, I had fun with it. I'm glad it was a good stream. I was really worried Volume 8 was gonna be a big ol' bummer. Here's a fun fact. Every single time, I'm worried I'll have nothing to say. Every single time. And then at the end of every single stream, I'm sitting there thinking back on it, and I'm like, how was I able to talk the entire time? Because I'm not usually chatty. You know, if I'm in a group, I tend to just sit there and just watch people talk. You know, I'm good with just engaging with people in general. You know, I'm fine with that. I hardly ever just get a chatter nonstop. You know, so every single time I'm like, how did I do that? How did I talk that much? It's like an out of body experience every single time. So yeah, tomorrow's Volume 10. I'm sure it'll be fun. It'll probably be much shorter, because not only is it a much shorter volume, but I won't be pausing as much to go through RWBY's big ol' message of hope, but I want you to keep that in mind for tomorrow, since we'll be doing the epilogue, and then once we figure out what RWBY Beyond's schedule is going to be, and whatever, we'll figure out the rest of it from there. I appreciate everyone for showing up. You're all very cool. I like all of you. You're fun and cool, and I like it when you hang out. Yeah, it's been a crazy month of RWBY, and we got the last one. And it's weird. Weird that it's ending. So, I guess that's it. Thank you everyone who gave super chats. You're all very, very sweet. Did I say volume 10? I meant 9. Look at me getting ahead of myself. It's because I remember it's been a decade, and I know that's 10 years, so, maybe. Yes. Thank you everyone for your super chats. You're very, very cool, and I appreciate you. You're very kind, and I appreciate you and your sweetness. I can't say I appreciate you enough. I really do. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. I hope you can catch stream tomorrow, if you can. If not, check out the VOD. It'll always be there. We'll figure out our schedule in the future. Oh, last time I just hit stop stream. Usually I go to my goodbye screen. Totally blacked out on that. Totally forgot about it. Yeah, so thank you everyone. I appreciate all of you. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye.